We'll resume the hearing. Thank you. Any preliminary matters before we get underway? Deafening silence. We're up to page 43 of Mr. McDonnell's report. Section 3.24. Any questions, Commissioners, on 324?
Yeah, I just have a general question in relation to how the reports are structured, so that when someone introduces a new objective, new policy, new rule, is it standard that would be addressed first, as in this case, or do you usually go through the others, the existing ones, the amendments or deletions, and then address the new ones? It's just...
We take a bit of a horses for courses approach. We've tried to, across all of the reports, organise the reports into groups of matters, and if there was a new objective proposed that related to a matter, it might sit up at the front of the report.
Right.
But if there's a new objective like this one that seems to be a standalone matter, it's just got its own section. So we've just tried to chop and change the reports so that there's an economy of words and we're not doing too much repetition. Likewise, when we go down through this report, we'll get to Eco P2. There was a lot of discussion about the FEX management hierarchy higher in the report, but there'll be some more discussion about that policy lower in the report. So,
so this objective itself that's been put forward by Forest and Bird, are the others there too, not the...
Yes, they're seeking two new objectives.
And they're not strategic objectives?
No, but we have, in Ms. Sweetman's report, recommended a strategic objective similar to the second objective they've requested.
Right. Thank you.
3.25. Now, in relation to the suggestion that policy Eco P3 be exclusive, not inclusive, it seemed to me that an obvious omission from the list that is captured if it's inclusive but not captured if it's exclusive would be management of pests.
Yes, it could be considered to be a subset of three restoration and conservation activities, but it's certainly a sort of thing we want to enable within a significant natural area. It's one of the most important things you can do to protect them.
Perhaps illustrating the classic, if you have an exclusive list, you want to be very sure that that it covers everything you might want to cover. Now, in relation to the suggested wording of P4, the thought that occurred to me is, given the deletions, because the deletions are, I understand your rationale to get rid of duplication, but given the deletions, is the opening words can demonstrate that it is appropriate by taking into account still itself appropriate, given the limited range of matters that are now proposed to be covered.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Mr. Chair?
So you've deleted the more general criteria of appropriateness. So what's left is quite limited specific issues. So the question is the opening words can demonstrate that it is appropriate by taking into account. Still, does that still work? Does that would it be appropriate to amend that?
I think it still works. An alternative wording, I guess, would be. Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Chair, I can't think of a wording that would be better, so that would be my recommendation.
The suggestion I'd have is just say, applies the effects management approach in P2 and takes into account, bang, bang, bang. Think about that, anyway.
I'll have a think about that.
It's not a big issue.
I've got some questions on 25.6.2.
All right, go for it, Commissioner.
This is about the development of on existing vacant lots. When you say that it's a small number of residentially zoned lots, how small? I'm trying to get an idea of what the size of the issue is. Yeah.
I don't have an exact number for you, but it will be in the order of perhaps 20 to 30 citywide. There's a group of them in particular in Porirua Bay that I mentioned on Friday, where there was a proposed bypass around Porirua Bay and the land was designated for state highway purposes, and then it was disposed of by NZTA. But there are some other examples around the city of subdivisions that haven't quite been built out yet, and some of them were 90s, 80s or 90s subdivisions, and for whatever reason, there's a vacant lot at the end of a cul-de-sac. There's a couple of examples of that, and in the last 20 or 30 years, they're now completely covered by vegetation effectively. So it is to cover what is a small number compared to the 1,500 private properties that are covered by significant natural areas in the city.
Is apart from the biodiversity issues or limitations on it, are there any other contributing factors potentially why or why not such sites couldn't be built on?
Potentially, some examples could be there might be other covenants put on the lots through the subdivision, private covenants that also restrict the clearing of vegetation. There could be a variety of reasons, I guess, why land isn't developed. The NZTA example, I guess, was because the land was being held on to until they were sure they no longer needed it and disposed of it.
Yep.
The obvious potential non-biodiversity rationale might be hazard risk. Do we know that because the policy is quite positive, do we know that this selection of lots aren't subject to hazards, so that might preclude development?
My apologies, I haven't done a detailed analysis. To the best of my knowledge, the sites I've seen can be developed on. But we live in Wellington within New Zealand, so there is a chance that there'll be some form of natural hazard on the property.
Are there any properties in Greater Wellington that aren't subject to some level of hazard risk?
Yeah, very few.
Having just received my renewal of my home insurance policy, where my insurer is telling me pretty much that.
Yeah, but the vacant allotments I'm aware of appear to me to be within a largely built-out subdivision that would have, in one way or another, mitigated that hazard. So some of them, being a little bit older, might not have been built with the full knowledge that we have today of the hazard profile, but there's no grouping of vacant allotments that I know of that are sitting in a floodplain where it would be very difficult to develop. They seem to be up on the hills, the ones I've seen.
Is there any case law you're aware of that sort of thing in relation to landowners being able to, if they've got a site, that they can put a dwelling on it?
Not that I'm aware of. I wouldn't be surprised. The principle I was working to is if a site is zoned residential, it has the right to have a residential activity take place and therefore a residential unit. So that was the logic. I'm not aware of any case law, but I'm sure.
Thank you.
Certainly.
I just have one question, Mr. McDonnell, and that is about at 331, Forest and Bird are concerned with the approach whereby the highest values are protected. And I agree with that. But my question really is about Eco P6 2. I mean, why wouldn't you retain that particular clause in the policy? I mean, there seems to be a very strong drive here not to avoid duplication, but why wouldn't you leave something in? And I agree with taking out the term highest identified, or the highest out of that clause. But why wouldn't you have some duplication?
The rule, which Eco R5 refers to Eco P2 and P4 as matters of discretion. The controlled activity is Eco P6.
I suppose my point is that I'm thinking of the owner of this property, perhaps, where their initial starting point when they consider developing a vacant section is to start looking at this end of the district plan. And so any guidance they get at the policy level, is liable to be with them as they work their way down through the rules and standards.
My recommendation is to amend this controlled activity rule to make it clear that a Section 88 is a Section 88 information requirement, and that a suitably qualified ecologist needs to prepare a an assessment of environmental effects. So this is this is exactly what an ecologist would be doing, I guess, is identifying the highest values on the site, and obviously looking to protect those, especially.
I understand that.
I guess the concern of the submitters is that if you single out the highest values, that seems to suggest that you shouldn't protect the lower values. So that's why they've requested its deletion, because which I agree with, because I think the whole proposal will regardless go through a environmental effects analysis, and ecologists will look at the full range of effects on site.
So are you saying that Forest and Bird submitted on deleting the whole, in its entirety, not just taking out the word highest and highest values?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McDonnell, the question I had was whether one is sufficiently pointed and whether there needed to be a clearer direction, not just to have regard to the location of the building platform, but that the building platform is located so as to minimise loss of biodiversity values. And that might be a place where you would say locate to avoid the areas with the highest biodiversity values, because you've got to say, you're saying it's got to be located somewhere.
Potentially, there might be a question of scope if the submissions here are seeking it, either the whole policy be deleted or this part of the policy being deleted. I guess a consequential amendment to another criterion might fall within that scope.
Because if the concern of the submitters is that it implies that other values are not avoided, I think that there is a tension, because if the block is entirely SNA, some values are not going to be avoided in order to locate a building platform on the lot. Therefore, saying that this issue, the avoidance of adverse effects on the highest values, targeting that to just the location of the building platform, would, to me, like, it's obviously not what the submitters are seeking, but it's going part way to addressing it.
Potentially, it's a controlled activity rule. So I think criterion 1, the location of the building platform, the extent of the associated vegetation removal, would give council the control over that part of the application to guide where the building platform goes.
But I understand that point, but this is the policy that says on what basis is that control being exercised? What is the council trying to achieve?
Well, the council is trying to achieve, I guess, that the building platform goes as far as practicable and avoids the areas of highest biodiversity values will be the outcome.
Which is where I started.
Yeah. I can have a think about the wording of criterion 1. Mr. Goldwater, is there, from an ecological perspective?
I was just going to say something. Good morning, all. First of all, I was just going to refer to the Auckland Unitary Plan in this regard. I think under controlled activities for building platforms, there's an intention or a directive to place any building platform in the lowest quality part of a site or currently cleared site. So yeah, there is a sort of clear intention to encourage, I suppose, the landowner to select a site with the lowest ecological values. It might be, it might be dominated by weeds or exotic vegetation, or it could be an existing cleared space which is regenerating in exotic vegetation. Often that's not possible when you've got a site that's completely covered in mature forest, but that's the intention anyway under that controlled activity.
Does it work in conjunction with access as well? Because I would have thought that was the other limiting factor. You can stick the house platform where you like, but at some stage it has to have access that connects it from the road to the house. I mean, is there any wording in the policy about that? In the Auckland, in the unitary plan?
It sort of combines access and the building platform. It's a 300 square metre maximum for the controlled activity, so that includes access and building platform. Although access can certainly be constrained by the size and shape of the and the topography of the site. Sometimes access is just not possible due to various geographical constraints.
So it's not so much the building platform per se; it's the entire package.
Yes, yeah. We'd normally encourage landowners to build the site as close to the road as possible. That reduces disturbance for building access way anyway. So yeah, there's a range of factors to consider, but generally the closer to the road as possible, so you can minimise disturbance for building access ways.
Thank you, Mr. Goldwater. I'm up to 325.8. Any advance on 325.8?
Just on 7, 325.7, the recommendation for the amendments to Eco P7. In the item 3, so I'm on page 54, at the top of the page, promoting best practice animal and plant control, pest, animal and plant control. Shouldn't there be a comma in there somewhere? Since I take it it's both pest plant and pest animals.
Yes, it could also be worded pest animal and pest plant
Control.
to make it clear that the pest
Put a
refers to
comma
both the
after
animal and
plant.
plant.
Yep.
I think there was a similar question on an earlier provision, so I can address that in my reply.
Okay. Thank you.
Draw your attention to a typo in the SHPO, Mr. McDonnell. I think it should be especially in riparian areas. Biodiversity in riparian areas.
I can make a note of that.
More substance, going to 349. Any SPF requires SNAs to be identified in planning maps. does it actually say that? Because I see the RPS just requires it to be identified.
The excerpt below is from the NES PF. Sorry, I should have made that
Oh,
clearer.
yes.
So yeah, significant natural area is an area that and A is identified in a regional policy statement, a regional or a district plan.
Oh, gotcha. So read over the page is the answer. I get as far as 325.12 for my next question. Anything advance on that, commissioners?
325.10.3, bottom of page 57. The last point in 3, any activities located outside the coastal environment. Is it- I just want, relative to the Maori purpose zone and the precinct, just, are they within the coastal?
Both of them are partially within the coastal environment.
I'll do it. Sorry.
So, and then 325.11.3 on page 59.
Well, before you go there, Commissioner,
Yep.
just interested in your reasoning for not accepting the forest and bird amendment to Eco P10. Is it just because it wasn't consulted with Ngāti Toa, or do you think that you've said that the existing framework also suitably recognises the role of tangata whenua? What do you think of, is there a problem with what Forest and Bird have suggested?
Not necessarily. As we said, we've developed this plan working in partnership with Ngāti Toa, and they put in a very thorough further submission and across most chapters. So I would have thought if this was if they considered this added some value, this new policy, they would have mentioned it. Reading through the suggested policy, I can't see anything in there I necessarily disagree with, but I consider that there are other objectives and policies that pick up on these points.
So the issue is one of duplication, not of substance.
I believe so. It'll really be a question for the Runanga. I'm sure they'd have their own reasons for being silent on it. Perhaps the involvement of tangata whenua and the protection of cultural values associated with Indigenous biodiversity. If you take that one, for example, the Runanga was involved in the identification of significant natural areas. So at that level, yes, but I'm not sure what their desire is to be involved at a consenting level on every application that affects a significant natural area. So I really don't don't want to put words in their mouths. I don't know the reasons why they didn't support it.
Say, I'm up to 325.12. Anything?
Yeah, mine was 325.11.3 was just the part about the eco policy 11 in relation to earthworks within significant natural areas. So in paragraph 379, you talk about Transpower, about the grid, and that it's addressed in that infrastructure policy. Well, without having that in front of me, I'm just trying to understand that, and maybe for Waka Kotahi's one, where the NES has this exemption for, in relation to wetlands for earthworks and things like that, for specified infrastructure. I'm just trying to understand how the policies in the infrastructure chapter fit in with this.
Yeah, this is just rereading this. It's perhaps an inaccuracy in this report to say the national grid is addressing the infrastructure chapter, so no changes are required. This policy is actually referenced in a policy within the infrastructure chapter. Infrastructure P7. I guess the point I'm making is that the substance of what they're seeking will be addressed in the infrastructure section 42A report. So that will take a wider look at the settings around infrastructure and the interplay with significant natural areas. The Waka Kotahi relief, Eco P11.3, any earthworks within a wetland are avoided. It suggests some additional wording, but I'm suggesting that the first part is deleted, so the additional text there deleting is therefore not necessary.
Yeah.
If my recommendation was.
It may just be because you've got some significant natural areas that are wetlands, then they're covered by this. But then my understanding is the general approach is that you're not addressing wetlands because that's the role of the regional council. I don't know it well enough yet to work out whether there's we're to wind up with an inconsistency between how that's reflected into the rules, because we haven't heard the infrastructure part yet. I'm developing a question slowly, Mr. McDonnell.
Okay.
I suppose maybe it's in reply if you could, what the latest thinking about the infrastructure is, being able to indicate that or something. I'm just trying to make sure that we don't have, well, in this part of the plan it says X and you're fine, and this part of the plan it says, no, you're not. Which is it? I'm trying to...
May I interject and may I suggest, Commissioner St Clair, that we can outline in Mr McDonnell's response around how we have addressed infrastructure, and that...
Yep.
Will that assist?
Yep, that might well do it.
Rather than repeat what's already going to be contained in the section 42A for infrastructure.
Yep.
Given that the 42A report for infrastructure will be released before the enlarged reply date, that might be, you might be very clear.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we could just reference that, you could read it. So,
Yes, that's what I was thinking you might do. Yeah.
thank you, sir.
Yes?
And I've just got a question with regard to paragraph 380 and your removal of Eco P11.3 altogether. I mean, it's a question I have in my mind all the time through this, is what is the issue with duplication? You've said that following gazettal of NPSFM and NESFW, it duplicates those clauses, but why is there a problem with duplication?
In this instance, I consider it's not just a duplication, but it's actually inconsistent with the direction in the NPS and the NES. In this plan, the activity status for earthworks within a wetland. So the policy read any earthworks within a wetland are avoided, and that flowed through to a non-complying resource consent. Whereas in the NES freshwater, it's prohibited. You can't even apply. So just the fact that there is policy guidance and a rule. It's a non-complying rule, so it's unlikely to be granted, but it does suggest that there is a gateway to apply to undertake earthworks in wetland where under national direction that's not the case. It's now completely prohibited. So it's not just duplication, I consider it's inconsistent with national direction.
But the national direction is in the process of changing because MFE are consulting on qualifying that prohibited activity status and letting certain things go through the gateway. So how do we cope with that?
My recommendation, safest course of action, is to not address wetlands.
Yes, well, that solves that's one solution, or clearly.
And I mean, one of the reasons I'm raising it is that Mr. Goldwater told us that there are SNAs that have wetlands embedded within them. So I just want to make sure that if earthworks, there is a system where earthworks are allowed in SNAs, that somehow wetlands are pointed out, within that as areas that cannot be affected. So, does your policy, if you take that out, does it dilute the protection for those embedded wetlands?
No, it doesn't dilute the protection because the National Policy Statement, which provides policy guidance, and the National Environmental Standard, which provide rules, are very very stringent. So there's no potential to dilute it through the district plan. We cannot be less stringent. I take your point that I think what you're saying is a landowner going to be clear that they're going to require resource consents from the district council for clearing the terrestrial biodiversity, and then the regional council for the wetlands.
Thank you. You put that very succinctly. Yes.
So the vice note I've suggested to the introduction, I believe, addresses that to a large extent, and that it makes quite clear that there will be likely resource consents required from the regional council for works within wetlands.
Right. That's at the head of the eco chapter.
Yes. And reviewing that text in light of the proposed changes to the National Environmental Standard, I think that text is aged well. So I think it's I think that would stand regardless of any changes to the NES in the next few months.
Okay, thank you. I just hope that the aforementioned landowner is a very good reader.
Yeah, I guess ignorance of regulations is no excuse to, if you were to undertake earthworks within a wetland without, it's a prohibited activity, so you can't even apply for resource consent, so there'll likely be some enforcement or prosecution taken.
In terms of what you've just said, Mr. McDonnell, the district plan can't be less stringent. If you strip out all the policy and rule provisions, isn't that exactly what the end result is? That the district plan is less stringent?
No, because it's a matter of jurisdiction. So we're less stringent than other national the national policy statement for freshwater in terms of water quality rules and standards, for instance. But it's just because that's not within our jurisdiction. So we're not being actively less stringent. We're just being silent on the matter. If we were to be less stringent, then the NES of freshwater, we would put in a non-complying earthworks rule within a wetland as was notified. That would be less stringent. But I do not consider that being silent as being less stringent.
Okay. My question about your amendment to Eco P12 is one of scope. Do you think there's scope to add this additional wording, given that the relief sought is to delete the entire policy?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I believe there are some broader submission points seeking that the PDP is better aligned with the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement in general, which I think would give scope for that change. But I'd have to review the submissions and report back.
That would be a good idea, because I think because the effect is in fact to make the policy less restrictive rather than more. I don't think you can rely on a policy to delete it.
Yes, I can't quote it off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's a submission point seeking that the PDP be aligned with the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement.
Yeah.
I note that DOC support those proposed changes in their evidence, and they're the agency that administer the Coastal Policy Statement. So assuming there's some scope.
So,
Yes.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yes. I think it'd be a good idea if you could find this, a submission and tell us, point us to that and reply, please, Mr. McDonnell.
I will do.
Kia ora, Mr. McDonnell. My apologies for taking you backwards slightly, but I'm just thinking about the jurisdictional issue and the statement you made at paragraph 293 in a slightly different context there. This is in relation to Te Awarua or Porirua Harbour, where you say that Te Awarua or Porirua Harbour is outside PCC's jurisdiction. And I'm just wondering whether, in my mind, I'm struggling with this one a little bit because I'm a little bit perplexed as to whether it's strictly true to say that, given that the council, as I understand it, does have a role to play in restricting works and vegetation clearance within a certain margin of a waterway, which also relates to the headwaters of streams and the streams that flow into the harbour. So I just wonder if you could comment on that, please.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think that sentence, when read in isolation, sounds a little black and white, but we do have strategic objectives relating to Te Awarua o Porirua, and there are the plan, of course, in a number of ways seeks to address the adverse effects of activities that may have an impact on water quality. So there's earthworks rules, sediment retention rules on site. This chapter, in fact, itself protects 17% of Porirua's native forest cover. So maintaining forest cover in a catchment is one of the most important things we can do to ensure that we don't lose more sediment into the harbour. So I guess that statement is more talking about the Section 30 and Section 31 jurisdictions where the Porirua City Council doesn't monitor the health of the harbour in terms of the sediment runoff, and the regional council will, in a development, control the discharge of contaminants where it may enter a water body. I guess that's more the context in which that sentence is written.
Yes, okay, thank you for that. But so in that context then, I mean, is there some merit to arguments for the inclusion of Porirua Harbour as an SNA in the same sort of context as wetlands have been included within the broader sort of ecological complex?
I mean, Te Awaroa Porirua has similar protections under the proposed natural resources plan that applied policy 23 of
Yes.
the regional policy statement. So, yeah, it's it's clearly beyond the seaward of the coastal marine area, so outside our jurisdiction. So it wouldn't add any value from a resource management perspective listing it as a significant natural area, because there'll be no resource consents required from the regional council to undertake an activity within the harbour. So it would be it is a tricky one though, with the integrated management of these resources, and there are other overlays where there are coastal high natural characters, for instance, kind of span the boundary, and you will see that some of those overlays are mapped within the harbour where we don't actually have jurisdiction over it. So, and likewise with landscapes layers, I believe there's a contextual overlay that says that the harbour forms part of the wider landscape area. So. Hope that answers your question. I just don't think including the harbour as a significant natural area, while it would undoubtedly meet the criteria in policy 23 around, I just don't think it would add much value from a resource management perspective.
And if I may interject as well, Commissioner Pomare, there is of course policy 61 of the RPS in terms of the allocation of responsibilities that Mr McDonnell referred to on Friday, which clearly under B sets that the responsibility for developing objectives, policies, rules and other methods and regional plans for enhancing ecosystems and water bodies and coastal water is a regional council function. So in my mind it would be unnecessary to duplicate what is already protected under and recognised under the proposed natural resources plan. This issue of integration continues to be a complex one in terms of who does what and who is responsible for what and whose functions are what. And it's something we've been incredibly mindful of in promulgating the district plan to ensure that we're not unnecessarily duplicating or replicating what are regional council's functions. If we simply don't have the jurisdiction to do something in a particular space, we've tried to stick to our lanes.
Which raises the question as to why there are overlays in the CMA.
Well, that's correct, because in the most place they are actually protected by the regional plan, irrespective. I'm not sure we have scope necessarily to amend those.
While
we likewise have zones that extend to within the coastal marine area, and this discussed at length in hearing stream 1, and I consider that the text I recommended in my right of reply should help anyone who's undertaking activity on that sort of coastal interface should direct them to undertake a survey to determine mean high water springs and
But while we're on that point, I was going to ask you at the time, but what's the scope to remove the SNA over the Plan Change 18 land? As far as I'm aware, there is no submission seeking Ms. Smith sought that the noise overlay be removed, but didn't mention the S&A overlay.
And if I may interject in that one, sir, in my mind, it's almost a Clause 16 matter, given that we have been quite clear in the notification of the plan that it did not reply to Plimpton Farms area. So, in effect, actually, it's an error in the plan.
But is it an error with substantive effect? So that the effect of removing it is substantive and therefore with outside Clause 16.
Sir, I wouldn't think so, because the substance of Plan Change 18, it was a complex and substantive plan change that did cover Indigenous biodiversity to a very nuanced matter, and the fact that we had, and the plan as notified, said that this plan does not apply to this area.
I suppose the problem I have is that while Commissioner Papare is well aware of what was in Clause 18, we have no evidence before us as to what was in PC 18, what evidence about S&As was considered by the hearing panel in PC 18. So on what basis are we going to conclude that it's a minor non-substantive effect?
Sir, I believe there are actually submissions that do have pretty broad scope in terms of Plimpton Farms, and we can report back on those in the right of reply.
I believe, in fact, that those submission points are going to be addressed in a later hearing stream around the urban areas.
Yes,
We've deferred the substantive.
It's been specifically allocated to Stream 7, but as I say, I'm concerned. I understand the point that it's an error. I understand that if there is an overlap with what PC 18 determined, but other than in a very general sense, I have no understanding of what PC 18 determined and on what basis. And it's not like, for obvious reasons, you haven't included any detail on it, but if you're going to rely on that, rather than, if you can find a submission, that's fine. But
There are clear submissions seeking all overlays and be removed from Plimpton Farm site.
well, as I say, I know Ms. Smith sought the noise overlay be removed, but I don't think it was a generalised submission. It was quite specific about the noise overlay. So that it's something for you to ponder and come back to us.
Okay, I will do.
We were at 325. Now on 326. We're into the rules. It's May. 326 might be quite long.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
but,
Paragraph 403 on page 61. This bit about lawfully established and legally established under section 10. Which is the part, sorry, could you clarify, which is the part of the rule that the submitter's concerned about? Are you able to help me in?
Yeah, apologies. The I didn't replicate the relief sought because they're extensive, so they're in Appendix B.
Yep.
Apologies, there's no page reference in Appendix B. But the Appendix B is ordered in order of the chapters. So if you find the reference to.
So I'm just trying to, what's the issue that the submitter's going on about? Can you help me with that?
They've just in each in numerous criteria within Eco R1, they've added in the qualifier lawfully established in front of certain activities. So one example is they're seeking the Eco R2 1A2 is changed to ensure the safe operation of any lawfully established formed public road, rail corridor or access. So
All right. Okay, thank you.
Is there a timing issue, Mr. McDonnell, that you've said, well, if it's not lawfully established, that's something for your the council compliance team. But I can envisage a scenario where somebody says, well, I'm lawfully established, flattens an area of SNA down to ground level, and in the fullness of time, the compliance process says no, you weren't lawfully established. Does that mean that that's becomes a compliance issue as well? That you
yeah, I mean this is actually something that the council deals with quite regularly, trying to figure out when something was lawfully established, and we keep old versions of the plan to undertake an analysis of what the rules were at the time when the activity was established, and if it wasn't, action is taken.
probably obvious. The top line of page 62. Are you missing a knot, Mr. McDonnell?
Yes, I consider it's not necessary.
My next question is on page 68. Any advance on page 68?
Page 65, paragraph 423. That 423, it provides for the removal of pest plants and animals?
Pest animals, correct.
And, yep, no,
They
okay.
should read pest animals as
Yep,
well.
right. So I've got a whole series of questions through here about this infrastructure part, but
We'll try to cover that.
that's all going to come to light.
Yeah, we'll try and cover that quite
Yep.
comprehensively in the reply.
On page 67, Eco R4, the all zones, permitted activity status 1A, Roman numeral 1, do not involve the it's got Indigenous there, whereas isn't that been taken out? Just about
That's a good point.
everywhere else? And what is it? I don't know it well enough to understand whether it should be in or out, but it's just, I suppose, if it's consistently throughout and it doesn't change what you're meaning, then fine. But if it's needs to be left in on that one, if there's a reason for that.
I think that should be a consequential change to remove the reference to Indigenous vegetation to align with the other amendments, so I can address that in my reply.
If it is all vegetation, do you need some qualification that it's not all vegetation? That
Yes.
goes back to you can't mow your lawn.
Yeah, there need to be some nuance there
Yeah.
to
You
make
can't-
sure it was.
Pest plants, all that sort of
yeah.
thing. Yep.
Good luck coming up with that.
Yep.
The my question is on page 451. I've been in other hearings where the breadth of the discretion to impose conditions has been pushed as a means to support controlled activity status for a wider range of activities than might otherwise have been the case. Does the same reasoning suggest that maybe that there is good reason to notify controlled activities, not in all cases, but perhaps in more cases than you're suggesting?
So are we talking about, apologies, you're talking about Eco R5 in particular?
But yes, both in that context. So we're talking.
I had a similar question in relation to that one. Generally inappropriate to notify controlled activities. I just wondered whether, seem to recall some case law, I think it's to do with Palmerston North City, about they got into some difficulties for not notifying, or maybe it was Whakatane District, and just how that applied in relation to notification or non-notification, or how it relates to how the plan generally approaches notification.
Yeah, well,
Sort of, yeah. If you could enlighten me, because I don't know, how does the plan address the notification? Is it, or does it, or not?
yeah, so each Section 32 report outlines the reasons why we recommend a non-notification clause is used, either for general or limited notification. My comments here around controlled activities mainly relate to the fact that we're trying to basically enable something through the plan as a controlled activity. It's something that you can do as of right, basically, subject to matters of control. So generally, those matters are quite limited, and particularly in this case, they're quite technical in nature. They're ecological. You're trying to address the ecological effects. So there's not likely to be a wider public concern with this controlled activity rule. So generally I consider it as inappropriate to notify controlled activities because they are something we're providing for as of right. I'm not aware of that specific bit of case law. So
Sorry. I think it's that. I'm not sure that you can have as of right in with the same sentence as a controlled activity.
Sorry,
because that applies to permitted.
That's not a apologies. Probably not a good way to characterise it. It's well, a controlled activity is something that council cannot decline. So it is an enabling activity status.
So do you envisage then, Mr McDonnell, that there may be some cases where notifying controlled activities might be appropriate?
Generally not, as I indicate here. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. where it would be appropriate.
And we also have Kaingora, who are submitting that if anything, it ought to be pushed in the opposite direction, that even less room for notification. I had a question about your wording of your the R5 on page 69. You have a provision about associated vegetation clearance for construction of access services, outdoor living space. But what about the building platform itself? Should be the minimum required.
Yes, I think that criterion should include the building platform itself, because B doesn't cover it. Places. Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Chair. It should include the building platform.
Oh, can I just going to 452, is your reference there correct? You've considered that Eco R5 1A 2 should be removed
Sorry, which paragraph?
to 452.
A1, A2.
Oh, yes, the apologies, the formatting has gone haywire. If you refer to the notified version of the E-plan, it is Eco R5 1B2.
It's not located within a
1A.
wetland. Yep.
Yes, that's an incorrect reference.
It's not located in the wetland.
Right, okay.
But if, so, my question on that one was, in the rule talks about it relates to the construction of the residential unit. I just want to confirm, it doesn't need to be, what is it, the establishment and or construction and use? Does it need?
I've
Need that I don't know, from the policies, does it need that qualification in terms of how the rules work? Are they only about the effects related to construction? Once somebody's actually using that area, then does that need to be included within the rule so that it covers the construction part and then their use of that land for the rest of it?
So a couple of things. First of all, I've recommended the rule title itself be amended to vegetation clearance for the construction of a residential unit.
Yes.
So the intention is that this rule applies to clearing the vegetation
Yep.
for the building platform.
Yep.
The subsequent building of the platform is covered by the underlying zone rules. So
Right.
the intention is not that it would be picked up, that the actual building and structure itself will be controlled by this chapter.
Sure.
That's one risk with the catch-all rule that we'll get onto later is it could be interpreted a catch-all rule that the building, you've cleared the vegetation, there's nothing there, then you've built a building, then it's now a non-complying activity to have a building under the catch-all rule. So that's not the intent of the chapter.
Yeah. But you're going to cover that later anyway.
Yeah, that's one risk in my mind with having a non-complying catch-all rule is that might be applied to the subsequent activities that take place on an area that's been cleared of all biodiversity value. The other thing I want to add is, of course, eventually this area that's been cleared no longer meets the criteria in Policy 23. So these are the sorts of things that will need to be picked up through a subsequent review of this overlay with the plan change all areas that have been where vegetation's been legally cleared through a resource consent. So there will be in the map a cleared area of vegetation with a house, and it will say it's within a significant natural area, but that will need to be addressed in through a subsequent plan change.
And
Yep.
so somebody digging their garden, for instance, would then fall foul of the, because they have earthworks within an SNA, that
Correct.
kind of thing.
That kind of
But
thing.
they should have they'll have a resource consent to allow them to do that.
Well, no, that.
Well, that's a question, sorry.
Yeah, so it gets back to your question: is it for the construction or is it for the ongoing use?
And use, yeah.
I hadn't considered that. Yes. Yeah, there are other rules that would apply, of course, but I'll give some thought to the wording of this rule, in particular the title around construction of a residential unit, because the intention is that the vegetation clearance provides for a dwelling and the ongoing use of that dwelling.
And, yeah, so I suppose that's the same for, what is it? When we're talking of these district-wide ones that relate to overlays, it's the same thing. Is it just is it just the construction of the or the undertaking of the activity through the removal of that, or its ongoing thing, and whether that's covered? Yep,
Yeah,
that would be great. Thank you.
I'm up to page 75. Any advance on page 75?
On page 73, 326.83, this is the general change from non-complying to discretionary. Wouldn't it? So there are, if in all zones the changes to discretionary, isn't an amendment required to the rule above that where it says all discretionary? So if it is discretionary, it doesn't default to a discretionary activity? If it wasn't listed previous, as it's set out there, and before the amendment to make it non-complying, if it wasn't permitted, controlled, RDA or DA, then it's non-complying. But why do you need discretionary in both bits?
Apologies, I'm a little bit lost.
No. So the rule says any activity not otherwise listed as a discretionary activity, with the amendment, the activity status is discretionary. That doesn't tell me anything. Does for permitted, controlled, restricted, or
I think the point is, does the Commissioner's making is, does the amended wording in R9 contradict status in R8? Because if it's listed in another rule as non-complying,
Yeah, I'd take the point out the rule title needs a consequential change with the recommended change to the rule.
right? Okay, so that's the title. Yeah. And with if it is discretionary, it's changed to discretionary, which which policies then apply to from this chapter? Which policies then?
It would be any that the processing, that the plan user considers relevant under section 104.
Thank you.
Yeah, P2 and P4 in particular, but P2 does most of the work, as it were.
Okay, thank you.
The submitters, of course, say that the purpose of a non-complying status is to signal that the activity is not generally permitted in the area, in this case an overlay, and that is appropriate in an SNA to send that signal, quite apart from what the policies say. What's your answer to that?
It'd be interesting to hear what sorts of activities the submitters are concerned about, apart from the I take the point of it's a nationally significant matter and we need stringent rules. I'm not the point of this catch-all rule is to catch things we haven't that I haven't thought of in drafting the chapter. I can't actually think of anything in addition to vegetation clearance or earthworks that would have an impact on biodiversity. Potentially, Mr. Goldwater again might want to weigh in here. He said it had a lot of experience undertaking ecological assessments. The sorts of things that a catch-all rule might capture. What sorts of effects? Sorry to put you on the spot. You're on mute.
I suppose, fragmentation, loss of ecological sequences, sedimentation of aquatic receiving environments, injury or mortality of indigenous fauna species.
I mean, all of those things would get largely captured under Eco R1, vegetation clearance. I guess my point is there's a risk if it's non-complying, because just by the fact that it's difficult to think of rules of activities that this rule would apply to. Suddenly a very, very stringent activity status for, and that example I gave earlier of if someone interpreted the plan that you could clear vegetation under controlled activity rule, and then the subsequent house would be non-complying activity, would be a bit of a perverse outcome.
I'll give you an example. You discussed earlier the reasons why you wouldn't have provisions precluding keeping of domestic cats in SNAs. In terms of mortality, potential mortality of indigenous fauna, does keeping a domestic cat fall within the default rule and require a resource consent?
Or dog.
Or dog, for that matter.
Yes, it's the trick, especially with an activity-based plan, to identify every activity you can possibly think of. I guess for me, my view is that the uncertainty around it means that a discretionary activity status will be safer in terms of not having those perverse outcomes, where a discretionary activity status can still be declined by council, and a full range of matters of discretion can be applied. So I think from a resource management perspective, the discretionary activity status would achieve the same thing as a non-complying activity. It's the signalling that I guess the submitters have pointed out, but from a practical point of view, I don't think there's a lot of difference.
And taking said perverse example, is the analysis correct that somebody wanting to have like one of these properties like the Tierney's that has got a house with an SNA all around it, do they need a resource consent for a domestic animal?
I suppose it's potential that someone could interpret the plan that way. That wouldn't be my interpretation, because how far would you go in terms of other pets, and are you allowed to have children at the house?
Marauding children.
Can I just interject there? When it comes to domestic animals, I usually assess a site on a case-by-case basis, and if that site is within or adjacent to a large area of indigenous vegetation or SNA, and it's got known values such as lizards or kiwi, then it's always my recommendation to consider a pet ban. And but I think trying to do a blanket ban for urban SNAs would be fraught.
I think, Mr. Goldwater, my problem is not with the principle. Mr. McDonnell recommends, essentially for the reasons you've just said, that there shouldn't be a pet ban, but does the plan inadvertently require a resource consent that no one's going to apply for, which in turn calls the integrity of the plan into question?
I mean, I can think of any number of activities. Maybe I'm just more inventive than most of the other commissioners, but I can think of spraying for lichen on the roof of my house and washing it off, or putting salt on a driveway to kill weeds. All of these activities might have an impact on the SNA, and none of them are things that one would expect or that any reasonable resident is going to think about getting resource consent for. So to go back to your words that complying or, restricted or non-complying, it doesn't make much difference. Again, my question is, well, why wouldn't you send the stronger signal by leaving non-complying there?
I think those, first of all, I think those two examples you gave will both be vegetation removal, salting weeds and spraying lichen on a roof are both destroying and removing vegetation. I can't think of many examples, and I take the point that it's a significant natural area. It's a Section 6 matter, and a strong signal needs to be sent. But I still consider, from a practical point of view, there's risk in keeping a catch-all rule as non-compliant, because it might capture some of those sort of day-to-day activities that someone might undertake on their property where they've otherwise legally established the dwelling through Rule 1, and then some sort of benign residential activity is caught as a non-complying activity is risky. So
Is the way to attack this to talk about the rather than the true default, basically anything you haven't thought about, any activities you haven't thought about in an SNA are whatever, non-compliant or discretionary. It's the first bit that you need to focus on, the definition of what is the catch-all actually catching.
correct, because the intention is not for it to capture things that would otherwise be enabled in that zone. So if it's a residentially zoned property, and you've cleared vegetation for a building platform, all of the activities that go along with that zone shouldn't be caught by the catch-all of the overlay, is my interpretation.
But, sorry, to go back to my point, if you're spraying for lichen on your roof, then isn't that an activity that would be a normal residential activity?
Yes. So in that case, I think the risk is that it could be captured. Someone could consider that to be a non-complying activity.
So is the where you've said not otherwise listed as permitted, control, restricted, discretionary or discretionary, should go on and say in the plan, because you could read that as in this chapter.
Yes, that's the intention.
If I may, to Commissioner Williams as well, the spraying of contaminants is generally a regional council function to some degree as well.
I'm not sure that most residents would consider that. I mean, I'm just trying to be practical here and think. I mean, what you're actually saying is any activity that has a detrimental effect on an SNA.
No, it doesn't even say that.
I know it doesn't say that, but that is the intent. Because, as I said, I think a lot of activities, whether or not they're regulated by the regional authority or not, that one might undertake in an unthinking way that would have a flow-on effect to your SNA. I mean, to take the Tierney's case, again, that the chair brought up, I mean, here we have a residence that is surrounded by the SNA, and there's a lot of activities I can think of that you could do that would, permeate through the ground or through the air that would have an impact on that most householders would consider to be their right.
Or wouldn't think about the fact that maybe it's not.
And I'm willing to lay money on the fact if you whipped off down to Greater Wellington and asked for a consent to do it, that they might be very hard pressed to find the appropriate form for you to pull in.
Discharge to ground, discharge to air.
I mean, I can address the certainly the title of the rule in my right of reply, and if it needs amendment to specify that it's within the plan, my recommendation remains that a discretionary activity status is better than non-complying. I'd be interested to listen to the submitters and hear what examples they put forward as to activities that should be non-complying, that are in addition to vegetation clearance or earthworks. But at this point of the hearings, I guess my position, it should be discretionary.
The I'm up to page 78, Commissioners. Any advance on page 78?
Page 75. What all zones, left-hand column number 3, works arborist. Doesn't works need an apostrophe in there somewhere?
Or you could,
Is it the arborist associated with the works?
Ms. Goldwater, do you know the common usage of that term?
I'd just probably remove the word works before arborist.
The term is defined.
Okay.
The term is defined as works arborist without an apostrophe, so it would be a and it's used in the notable trees chapter.
Okay.
I understand from the arborists who are advising us on the notable trees chapter that is a term that's in common use. I don't believe it has an apostrophe. Ms. Racklin, you might want to weigh in.
Yes, so that is a term that comes up in the notable trees chapter and without the apostrophe. So
You can expect the same question as to what Fowler's rules of grammar say.
Yeah. Okay. And then on the right-hand side, matters of discretion are restricted to number 2, the effect of the vegetation removal on Indigenous biodiversity values, by removing the where those values are identified, doesn't that mean that the effect of vegetation removal on Indigenous biodiversity values applies everywhere? Rather than just within the SNA that you're referring to, where the works are being, the trimming, all that's.
The intent of the removal is to broaden out the assessment, so it's not a snapshot in time of what values were identified in Schedule 7. I'm just thinking that one through.
Isn't the point
I guess
the Commissioner makes is the effect of vegetation removal on biodiversity values in the SNA, as opposed to biodiversity values of areas outside, on the property outside the SNA?
On the world.
Well, I guess you would be. You could consider off-site effects as part of that would be valid to consider that as a matter of discretion. What impact it's having on the. Oh no, we're thinking about the site. Can I have please have a think about that,
Yep,
the wording
certainly.
of that, and address it in the right reply.
Again, put a writ large, does this invite consideration of climate change effects? Literally consider the effect on the whole world. So, as I say, you need to think about that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the intent is that it's the known and unknown biodiversity values within that significant natural area, not just limited to the ones listed in Schedule 7. So I'll have a think about the wording of that.
As I say, I'm up to page 78. Anything more before then? 77, Commissioner?
Kia ora anō. Just a quick one for you. This is on page 77 in relation to paragraph 515 and the amended Schedule 7 site there, Te Awa Rere I Whitireia. You've explained there that Ngāti Toa consulted and provided some advice on the traditional name for the stream, which would seem to suggest that the stream at the centre of the CCNA does have some cultural significance, but their cultural values haven't been included as being relevant to this particular SNA, and I just wondered whether you're able to comment on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the cultural values are, and it wasn't specifically requested by the Runanga that value is incorporated under Policy 23 as a value of the site. That could be clarified with the Runanga in the right of reply, because it'd be an easy amendment to make.
Thanks for that. And
They were, sorry, just to
That's
add, we did have some workshops with the Runanga staff to look at Policy 23. I think it's the fifth criterion is around
okay.
tangata whenua values.
Yes.
And so Wildlands we did have some hui on that, and where there was documented tangata whenua values and we carried those through to the assessment.
I see. I was going to ask about methodology.
Yeah, this particular significant natural area was, if I recall correctly, through the recommended to be added through the draft district plan. So that was probably subsequent to the hui with the small group we had from the Runanga. So I guess it wasn't picked up in the further submission from Ngāti Toa, but it is possible it does have cultural values that they would consider should be included. So I can check with them.
Thank you. That would be helpful. And just the footnote there, SNA 223, there's a footnote 94, and I can't find that footnote.
Yeah.
I was just wondering what that referred to.
Oh,
Something that should have been deleted.
yeah, it's apologies. This is another formatting issue we addressed in
okay.
other reports. I think this was a screenshot of Appendix A. So if you go to
Oh, yes.
if you go to Appendix A and scroll down to the bottom of the Schedule 7, it's reference here is
I
apologies,
see.
192, which also is included.
Yes, I was going
Yeah.
to say, so that would apply to that one too.
Yeah, I believe it's the same as 193. So there was a
okay.
whole bunch of submitters seeking who picked up that it was included in the maps but not in the schedule.
That would make sense.
It's an error.
Okay, thanks very much.
Could I just add, there's a few typos in that site description. Maybe formatting issues as well. And I think in the title, Te Awa Ere is meant to be an R
Yes.
for the ERE.
Correct. Yeah, I've pointed that out in my supplementary planning evidence. It's a typo.
Yeah, there's a few typos that I can address in the site summary.
Mr. McNeil, if on your further consideration you do decide that there are, in consultation with Ngāti Toa, there are cultural values, are the matters of discretion in the relevant rules broad enough to pick up cultural values, because they all I think they all talk about biodiversity values. May not be relevant if the result of your discussion with Ngāti Toa doesn't have the effect of adding reference to cultural values, then it's a non-issue. But if it does, think about the extent to which it would be illusory if the policies and matters of discretion are limited to biodiversity values.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that. It is. The policy direction is quite squarely on Indigenous biodiversity values.
So that'll be something for you to ponder too. As I say,
Yes.
it may resolve itself if reference to cultural values don't go in, but if they do,
There are other significant natural areas in Schedule 7 that do have cultural values. So I think it's just the scope, I guess, to make a change.
but yes, all the references are to, well, you
It's
broadened it to vegetation values.
It's possible that submission point from Forest and Bird we discussed earlier might give scope to include some additional policy direction on cultural values.
That the presence of well, presumably the Runanga wouldn't care about exotic vegetation, but certainly, as I understand it, the presence of indigenous vegetation on ancestral land might itself be a cultural value. Something for you to ponder. Speaking of,
Sir, I think we'll go back to policy 23 of the RPS, and when we do respond to you on that, which is all about how we identify Indigenous ecosystems and habitats with significant Indigenous biodiversity values. And certainly in that policy, it is talking about significant Indigenous biodiversity values, and tangata whenua values are a subset of that. But Mr. McDonnell can respond to that, and maybe it's more of a definition of what is a biodiversity value more than anything else that needs to be responded to.
yes, you're not wrong that it's more when it's what is within the framework of a biodiversity value. Speaking of scope, Mr. McDonnell, your recommendation based on Mr. Goldwater's advice that SNA 65 should be removed, query the scope to do that given that the Grey submission sought deletion of only part of it. Do you have another submission that you could rely on?
If you give me 1 second, I'll.
I'm not asking you to specify it now, but can you note that as something else for you to advise? If you can immediately put your hand on one, that's fine.
I do have one. It's a submission point that a couple of further submitters relied on, which is Jean and Simon Jones. I'm not sure if it's 182.3 or 182.4, but they had a relatively broad submission point that sought an opportunity to further review properties which were not visited in the first round of ecological site inspections to allow for a fairer assessment of the extent of any significant natural area.
That's a stretch. Can I
Yeah.
observe? Because that seems to be more a process.
Yeah, I note that this point was raised by Robin Smith in her presentation. What is the scope to remove a significant natural area? I think that was significant natural area 135 or 135. So I can address both in my right of reply. I've made a note of that.
Glory be. My final question. Your paragraph 555. You've talked about the practicality of a process for using offsets against future actions. I think that there is also a principle in the biodiversity offsetting principles that don't count things that have been done or would be done anyway. So what's your view of the merits of the whole idea that Strugnell is suggesting, as opposed to the practicality of making it work?
I agree with the merits of it. That this is, if I've interpreted what she's requesting to be what I outlined the following paragraph around biodiversity banking, conservation banking, and these are relatively cutting edge in terms of biodiversity policy. but you're right, Mr. Chair, that you want to make sure from a merits perspective that it was additional and not something that was planned anyway. What's going to happen anyway. So it is a true offset. Mr. Goldwater, I mean the merits of it is an ecological kind of question. Those if I'm not sure if you're following along, but if you look at paragraph 555 and 556, maybe you have some comment on the merits of those systems. So, certainly from a practical point of view, I have a colleague who worked on a type of biodiversity bank for offsetting in Auckland Council, and said the cost, the administrative burden of running it sort of outweighed the merits of it, because it took a lot of staff time to administer the spending of that money somewhere else, or to keep track of everything. So he didn't recommend it.
Yeah, I think it has been used quite a bit overseas, and it's fairly new and sort of an emerging action in New Zealand. I think there is some credit in it. I think it could work as long as it does comply with the biodiversity principles. Yeah, mainly additionality. I've been involved in one at a quarry, and that worked quite well. They restored a swamp forest well in advance of the works they were going to do to impact other areas, and that was accepted by Auckland Council. So, yeah, I think I kind of keep an open mind on biodiversity banking. I think it probably will become more accepted over time in New Zealand. But I can't really comment on the administration side of things and the costs. I'm not really aware of those.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
Other than to say that no other questions at this, possibly have some further questions once we've heard from the submitters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll pick them up. As I said, Mr. Pomare,
No further questions.
that I have firmly in mind that we need to come back to you on an enlarged reply date. As I said, we have in mind to meet today, week after we've finished the sole submitter, to talk through what we might, any additional matters we might specifically ask you to reply on. I'll pick up the enlarged reply date at the same time. As I say, the commissioners won't be deliberating until January, so you could have Christmas Eve if you wanted, if you were so enthusiastic that you'll still be going on Christmas Eve. But give me a date.
Apologies, what is the current date?
It's probably a fortnight from the original planned conclusion, which would be in November. I need to check, but
I think by Christmas, if the panel finds that suitable, would give us enough time to undertake any further site visits, and to address the range of issues I've noted down.
when does the council close up shop for Christmas?
I think
I assume
What's your first day of Christmas leave?
well, I will be out on the 24th, so the 23rd, Thursday, the 23rd of December.
Thursday.
We could just check that the Hearings Administrator is going to be here on the 24th in terms of sending it to anybody
Yes.
on that date as well.
Okay.
So I will, let's be a little, let's say the 22nd.
22nd.
That's Wednesday.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, do you anticipate you'll have further questions for me within this hearing stream? Should we, if so, I'm available on the Monday the 8th, if there were.
I'm thinking that once we've heard from the submitters, we need to do it formally by way of reply.
Okay.
Like there may be casual questions we invite you to answer, but I think that we should presume that we'll ask you to reply with input from Mr. Goldwater as required, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thank you very much to both to you and to Mr. Goldwater. Been a long and winding road,
Thank you.
as they say. We'll stop and have a break for morning tea, and then start with Ms. Rackland, finally. And Ms. The hearing, Ms. Rackland, how do you wish to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a short presentation, if that's okay, and I have some speaking notes which I can provide you with, if you would like.
I think we've already been circulated with those.
I've got a summary. Is this something in addition?
This is just my speaking notes from presenting now, so it's in addition to the supplementary evidence. But I can, if you like them or not.
Yes, please.
Okay.
It'll save me writing it down.
Thanks very much.
So please proceed.
Tēnā koutou, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Caroline Elizabeth Racklin. I authored 2 reports for this hearing, including the Section 42A report on natural features and landscapes and a Section 42A report on natural character and public access. Submitted statements, evidence and legal submissions were received that are relevant to these topics. I have provided supplementary planning evidence on these 2 topics. On my Section 42A reports, I considered there to be tension in relation to the natural character chapter being integration with other chapters, the overall policy approach including where the raw structures and earthworks, and coastal margin and riparian margin definitions. For the natural features and landscapes chapter, I considered the key issues to be the use of identified and characteristics and values within objectives and policy, the strength of protection for outstanding natural features and landscapes, amendments to activity status for certain activities, and the boundaries and descriptions of certain outstanding natural features and landscapes and special amenity landscapes. My Section 42A reports assessed the submissions and made recommendations on them. In my supplementary evidence, I address 5 topics which, in summary, are having read the statements and evidence, and that I do not change my recommendations in the Section 42A reports. Updating on a procedural matter in relation to a natural feature and landscape schedules error. I update my understanding that a variation to the proposed district plan will not occur before the end of 2021 on that particular matter. I address a point on the use of the word minimise, that is the use of the word in 2 policies in the natural features and landscapes chapter and 1 in the natural character chapter. I update on feedback received from Te Runanga o Te Rangatira, Te Runanga, about recommended changes to characteristics and values in Special Amenity Landscape 004. I also update 2 minor errors in my Section 42A reports. I have a further minor error to update, which is not in my supplementary evidence. At paragraph 63, page 9 of the Natural Character and Public Access Section 42A report. This is in relation to the submission from Transpower 60.78. The words accepted should be replaced with accepted in part. Also, a corresponding minor correction to update at Appendix B at the first page of Table B1. The wording in the second to last column for submission reference 60.8 should say, see body of the report. I would like to advise that I have read the submitted presentations. I am happy to take questions on matters raised in these presentations, but I intend to address the issues raised through the officer's right of reply. To end, I would be happy to answer questions or provide points of clarification as requested by the Chair and Commissioners. Thank you.
Now, first of all, how do you propose that we would order? Do you want us to hear from Ms. Armstrong first before we go through your reports, or mix the two the way that Mr. McDonnell and Mr. Goldwater did. I think the panel are flexible. So whatever's best, in your view, the most efficient way to go about it.
Certainly, I would be happy to be flexible. I just checked to see whether Ms Armstrong would be happy to come in at certain points. She's nodding, so hopefully
Yes.
that's okay.
Well, in that
Yes,
case,
I'm happy to do whatever's preferred.
in that case, let's talk to you about your natural features and landscape report first, Ms Racklin. And we'll do it in the same way that we did with Mr. It's a substantial report, so we'll work through it.
Could I just interrupt for one moment, please, if that's all right? I just wonder if Miss Racklin would be able to just check her microphone, because I'm having a little bit of cutting out from this end.
Does this sound better?
It's okay most of the time, but then every now and then there's a word or two that cuts out. So I'm not sure what might be able to be done about that. But I suppose just as long as everybody's aware, I might ask one or two questions if I'm unsure of what's been said.
Understood. Start with, so we're up to consideration of submissions and further submissions.
Can I, excuse me, Chair, can I just go? Thank you. Now, can I just ask, are you Miss Racklin or Miss Racklin?
Oh, it's Miss Racklin.
Racklin, thank you. I better get it right. Thank you. Just looking at your supplementary evidence, I just want to ask you about the procedural matter that Council will look at updating the plan and address that through a notification to the plan. Does that have any effect on any of the submissions that have been made, the changes to the descriptions of some of the SNAs and OFNLs?
Yes, in principle, it would have some bearing on that, I think. However, I don't consider that it impacts on the overall objective or policy framework.
Okay. And will that include also the revised text for the Waitangarua Hill that has come from the Runanga? Will that be notified? Will that be something that we will be considering as part of this hearing, or will that be part of the revised notification? No, when the public plan, when the plan is re-notified.
Yes, just thinking that one through. So a decision would need to be made first and foremost on what would comprise the variation, because as I set out in the procedural matters in my main 42A report, there are a range of differences between the reports, the landscape report and the schedules. So, yes, that's a matter we'd need to think about in terms of doing that variation, because it would be a proposed change or variation, but then we've got submissions on that particular point. So I'd need to give that some further thought and be a matter for the council when it prepares the variation. But I would have thought that if it's something that's supported by the Runanga, by Tauranga, it may form part of it, but certainly would like to give that further thought.
I think as a matter of law, if there's a variation, then all the submissions on the text, the subject of variation, automatically get carried over and are considered again. In this case, would be again in the context of the variation.
Sir, I believe you're quite correct there. And we would, of course, when notifying such a variation, ensure that those parties who had submitted were directly notified as well.
I've sort of got one sort of planning type question, which is looking at the assessment, and I'm at 3.2.2 of your report. We've been talking a lot, I mean, are SNAs and ONFLs, SALs, both overlays to the plan? And what's the hierarchy where the two coincide? You know, is there an effect sort of hierarchy of, does one trump another?
So, in effect, the outstanding natural feature and landscapes, I'll call them ONFL for brevity, they are the Section 6 matter, as you'll be aware, and they have a protect policy direction, so it's a very strong protection, and the landscapes are either ONFL or special amenity landscapes, but the special amenity landscapes have the protection direction of maintain, and it's also enhance where practicable in terms of the objective. So there is a difference, yes.
Yes, but the SNAs are also a Section 6 issue. I'm just saying, I'm really thinking of where you've got an OFNL and an SNA coinciding.
Oh.
If there's any, you know, if one trumps another, because we in submissions we've got quite a few examples where the two of them fall together, and there is a sort of a request to update the value of the ONFL, because of the fact that an SNA sits within it. Would it be easier if, when we come to those occasions, with those particular circumstances, we can discuss it?
Yes, I think so. However, I would say that the two work together or complementary. They don't need to be in conflict. If you've got an application to do with an SNA, then you've got the SNA provisions. If it's an application to do with an outstanding natural feature and landscape, you'd have the outstanding natural feature landscape provisions to apply. I don't necessarily see that there is a conflict. And in fact, if anything, the SNAs are quite complementary to the ONFLs, and there are a number of SNAs within the ONFL layers.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up, or actually two follow-ups? The first is a question from Ms. Armstrong. To what extent were biodiversity values considered in the identification of the ONFLs?
They are considered. They come under the natural science heading, or natural science factor in the RPS. So biodiversity and habitat and ecology generally all contribute to that natural science factor. Overall, they form kind of part of the package. So when considering whether the landscape area met the outstanding classification or the special amenity classification, the methodology is to kind of stand back and look at the sum of all of the parts, all of the characteristics and how they come together in landscape character, and whether they meet that qualitative test in the RPS. So I guess the brief answer is yes, they are considered. We may not have formally recognised or named each SNA inside the values that are listed in the characteristics and values schedules 9 and 10, but they're certainly taken into account when considering the landscape area.
And the second point, something I raised on Friday, I'm aware that there's Environment Court authority that says that rather than protection being more restrictive than maintain, it's actually the reverse, that an obligation to maintain is not so much more restrictive but more demanding than a protection, and what tends to follow is that the difference between your ONFL and your SAL is not so much the policy direction, but the values that are on one hand to be protected and on the other hand to be maintained. So do you have, first of all, on the point of principle, do you have a view on the difference between those policy imperatives?
Between protect and maintain?
We'll start with you, Ms. Armstrong, and we'll then ask Ms.
Oh, sorry.
for her view.
I wasn't aware of that case law, so that's interesting. I guess it's protect and maintain. In a way, they're quite similar, aren't they? If you're maintaining something, then you are in a way protecting it. If you're protecting it, you're also maintaining it. So I guess that would need to come back to the case law, and it's kind of a wordsmithing issue that is quite tricky.
I think that the reasoning of the Environment Court was that you protect, in this case, a landscape from external effects, but adverse effects may still occur. You can get erosion, natural erosion. An obligation to maintain is to keep as is. It might require positive action rather than just preventing something from occurring. That's the logic. But if you're maintaining it, you're necessarily protecting it from adverse effects, from external adverse effects. So that's the logic. This Port Otago case I have in my mind is the only one I'm aware of that actually addresses that point quite so squarely. But the punchline then is, well, if the logic of your policy position is that you've got a more onerous responsibility and or restriction for ONFLs, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's not.
I think it would also be relevant to think that in the difference between the two areas, it comes down to the level of change that is acceptable. So in an ONFL, the landscape is more sensitive, and there would be less. You'd expect that council would anticipate a greater degree of mitigation or consideration of a higher bar for change happening in that landscape. Whereas with these special amenity landscapes, the bar for change would be a little bit lower. So I think that's kind of relevant as well.
So I'll pass over to Ms. Racklin as a planning question. Ms. Armstrong suggested the way it would work in practice, but do the words actually say that?
Yes, so the words of the objective are for outstanding natural features and landscapes to be that the identified characteristics and values of ONFLs are protected from inappropriate subdivision use and development, and the identified characteristics and values of special amenity landscapes are maintained and where practical enhanced. So they do put that, it is within the objectives and policies, those protect and maintain directions. And I would say that they take a very strong direction from the relevant RPS policies, policy 25 policy 26 for ONFLs and policy 28 for SALs. I'd just like to ask a question as well, whether Ms Armstrong, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll try and speak clearly and loudly.
I don't think it was to do with your speaking. It was just cutting out momentarily every now and then, but it seems to have come right.
Well, that's probably taken as far as we can. Let's go to 3.3. Any questions on 3.3 from Commissioners? Commissioner Williams, you go first.
A number of submissions, Ms Armstrong, have called on removing the words characteristics and values and identified before characteristics and values. What, in your opinion, what would be the effect of removing those words?
I think that in relation to the word identified, I probably would be in favour of that being removed, because that allows for future identification of values. For example, there might be a more detailed on-site assessment done of ecological values or habitat that might contribute to that landscape, that might not be identified in the characteristics and values that are listed in the schedules. So it just, or perhaps there might be new tangata whenua landscape values come to light with more consideration in a more detailed way in relation to development proposal. So it just would leave that window open, I guess, for other values to be identified and need to be considered in any development. And with regards to the characteristics and values, sorry, could you repeat the question for that one?
A number of submissions had requested that the term characteristic, the words characteristic and values should be removed.
Well, the characteristics are really in there to describe, I guess, what's contributing to the landscape. The values are the value that people actually put on those characteristics. So I think it's kind of important to acknowledge that there's a slight difference there between those two terms and what they mean.
But in your opinion, it's important to retain those words.
I think it is, because identifying the characteristics is kind of the basis of then identifying what the values are.
Thank you.
Ms Racklin, can I follow that up, ask you from a planning perspective? I noted in relation to Mr McDonnell that there is extensive commentary in the Environment Court's interim decision on appeals from the Queenstown Plan, which of course has chapter and verse on O&Ls, being a particularly well endowed in that direction, and the court was quite emphatic on the need to both identify the values of each O&L and O&F, and to reference the policies to those identified values. And virtually the only qualification the court was prepared to make was because of the sheer scale of the job of assessing all the values of all of the O&Ls in Queenstown Lakes District. But it said everything that was the subject of the subject of development pressure had to have their O&Ls assessed, identify the values, and then reference the strategic objectives and policies to those identified values. So given that indication of judicial outlook, and I don't think that Judge Hassan's court is alone in that regard. I think Judge Kirkpatrick's court came to a similar conclusion in relation to Matakana Island. It was all about identified values. So understand Ms. Armstrong's point, like you don't know what you don't know, but if there's a possibility of more investigation producing additional values, shouldn't we be undertaking the investigation rather than qualifying our policies so that we're more confident that they do capture all the relevant values?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I did listen to the discussion about that, yes, and hearing what Ms. Armstrong says from the landscape assessment from Ms. Armstrong. So, again, the RPS has direction around protecting natural features and landscapes and their values. So policy 26 is very clear on that in relation to ONFLs.
Can you tell me, what does it actually say? So I haven't looked it up.
Yeah.
Wait for it. The Commissioner has it at her elbow.
Policy 26. So it says, where outstanding natural features and landscapes have been identified in accordance with Policy 25, district and regional plans shall include policies, rules and or methods that protect outstanding natural features and landscape values from inappropriate subdivision, use or development. So just to expand on that and drilling down, so there has been, and I outline this in my assessment, a substantial evaluation of the characteristics and values of these natural features and landscapes. So using natural features and landscapes as the combined term for ONFL and SAL. So that has translated to a set of characteristics and values per NFL, natural feature and landscape, into the relevant schedule. So that provides certainty of what those characteristics and values are as identified through the work that has been undertaken. And that to sort of broaden it and say that there are more values that we will take into account, to my mind creates quite a lot of uncertainty for applicants and decision makers. And I recognise that, of course, with overlays, there may over time be additional characteristics and values that could be identified, but it's a matter of working on the information that's been assessed, and it's a comprehensive evaluation. So to my mind, in the ONFL and SALs, the use of the word identified is appropriate.
Ms. Rickland, if there were other values in that identified in the future, then how would they be taken into account? If in a future date these additional values or whatever were identified, what would be the mechanism by which they'd be, included in the plan?
So there is a mechanism of a plan change process if values were further identified, for instance, in one of the three main categories for the ONFL or SAL, there could be a plan change process undertaken to notify that additional characteristic and value to be added into the plan.
If I may just interject in terms of this discussion as well, is that Porirua, again, is quite different to Queenstown. Queenstown, I can't remember the percentage of...
97.
97, yes. So it is quite distinct and different to the Queenstown context, where one wouldn't suggest it would be very easy to identify all the characteristics and values of each of Queenstown natural features and landscapes, whereas in Porirua there has been extensive work undertaken, again, over many years to actually identify what these characteristics and values are.
The other thing is that the question I was going to ask, again derived from my Queenstown experience, there's a lot of there's case law on what's the difference between a landscape and a feature, and it generally seems to be one of size. Are any of the ONFLs in Porirua landscapes rather than features? That's one for Ms. Armstrong, I think.
Okay. We recommended that that the landscapes and the features be combined into one ONFL category because there's no policy response difference required under the regional policy statement with regards to a feature or a landscape, and so it was just creating a difference between a feature and a landscape. And there are differences, and it largely does come down to scale, or a feature can be something like a wetland or a particular landform. A landscape would involve perhaps a range of different features, but to combine them into an ONFL is a simplification, really, and separating them out introduces a complication that is possibly not needed because there's no different policy response required under the RPS.
I understand that it doesn't resound, at least apparently it doesn't resound in substance, but what's your answer to the practical question? How do you characterise what's been identified in this district? Are any of them large enough to qualify as landscapes?
Yes, I'd say Porirua Peninsula is a landscape because it involves, it includes a range of different experiences in there.
We'll come back to that because I think the one area where it may have a consequence is identifying the boundary.
Yeah.
Because my experience is that ONFs tends to be more geographically discrete, whereas landscapes are much more big picture and more fuzzy at the edge. Yeah, well, that's my that was just a stray thought that went through my mind.
Yes, I probably agree with that, but I just question, I suppose, that the need to have that, potential argument if there's no policy, if there's no different policy response required.
Given the number of submissions we have on the boundary of the Whitireia ONFL, I think that it's going to come sharply into relief when we hear from all of those bidders.
I'm not sure whether that comes down to the difference between a landscape or a feature, though. I mean, we'll get into that a bit later, but to me that really comes down to the outstanding area needing to include the outstanding values rather than all the values.
Okay, well, just continuing on the line, I think of whether one would need to find in the future additional values in NFL. Is there a process, Ms. Reckland, for looking at landscapes that might be in transition and that might, potentially, if one suddenly discovered that your amenity landscape was suddenly an outstanding natural landscape, what would the process be by which that would be signified in the plan?
Yes, so similar response to the previous question about characteristics and values, that would be, again, through a plan change process. Yes. If that came into sharp focus, that a landscape had changed its characteristics and values to that extent. But again, it would it'd be a plan change process, and it would be a decision of the council to undertake or promulgate that plan change. And the policy framework within the chapter does allow for that to occur, or it sets the policy framework for that.
Could you direct me specifically to the policy, please?
Yes, so policy NFLP1, which is the identification of outstanding natural features and landscapes, and policy NFLP2, which is identification of special amenity landscapes.
Right, thank you, because I think the issue, I've got some more questions on that when we get to some specific areas where there have been submissions on the characteristics and landscapes described, I think, as landscapes in transition. So we will come to that.
On that happy note, shall we move now to section 3.4, additional policy direction for any newly identified FNL. This is the doc submission. Mr. Williams, do you have any questions on that?
Well, that really was the question I just raised.
Yeah.
Well, and I think Ms. Racklin has answered it, that, that areas that have been identified in the life of the plan, there are mechanisms within the plan to include them.
Any other questions, Commissioners, on 3.4? In 3.5,
3.5, I just think, Ms. Racklin, that you, 85, that maybe your policy number is wrong there. Sorry, very niggling point. That should be policy 26 instead of 25. Yes. And likewise, at 87, policy 27.
should be 28.
20. No, that SAL should be policy 27.
Yes, I've got the policy number incorrect there.
It can happen to anyone. That's all for this section.
The in 3.6,
I don't have anything there.
so this is about SALs. Let's get the policy. Yes, I was focusing on what's the purpose of the first sub-policy. I was trying to figure out, Ms. Racklin, the second sub-policy says only allow subdivision use and development within these landscapes if it can demonstrate how the identified characteristics will be protected for ONFLs and maintained. So what's the purpose of the first subparagraph? Like, what additional policy direction does it provide that the second sub-policy doesn't provide?
Thank you, Chair. So the first part of that policy brings in the avoid significant adverse effects and avoiding remedying or mitigating any other adverse effects
Oh, yes.
on the identified values, which if you didn't have that, that's not expressed otherwise in the rest of the policy.
Do you think that qualifies the extent of the protection you're providing?
Yes, I do.
In that case, should the second sub-policy be subject to the first?
Just to clarify, so the first part of the policy has an "and" at the end before, so "and can demonstrate that is appropriate by taking into account." So I think that is taking into account the first part of the policy.
No, it says you have to meet them both.
And
So if the first is materially qualifying the second, the first becomes OTOs because the second sub-policy has a higher test. It doesn't operate the way you intend it to operate. I think would be the risk.
yeah, so I may have, in terms of use of the word qualified, the first part of the policy has the, I guess, the lead-in or the higher part of the policy to then lead into the second part of the policy. So I'm not sure whether, you're saying that it qualifies is the best word there for me. I think the first part definitely needs to apply outright.
Okay, well, thank you. 3.7.
Three 3.7 was a large number of submitters raised the issue of providing for form and anticipated growth of the city. I wonder, Ms. Racklin, if you can, just looking at, in your assessment, if you can talk me through what mechanisms there are in the PDP that provide for anticipated growth in a significant amenity landscape, sorry, special amenity landscape. I mean, it might be something that perhaps you want to think about, but if indeed the plan does provide for growth and development in an SAL, you know, what I'd like to have an idea of the sort of mechanisms that are embedded in the PDP that do that.
Yeah, the chapter itself does anticipate some subdivision use and development in special amenity landscapes, and that's articulated through the policies themselves and the rules. For instance, policy NFLP3, subdivision use and development within ONFLs and SALs, that does anticipate some level of development. And another example would be the earthworks policy, NFLP 6, whilst it hasn't only allow policy direction, it does step you through what you'd need to do if earthworks were to be undertaken in an SAL.
I suppose to be a bit more specific, what you say in paragraph 104 is that other provisions of the plan, for example, underlying zone provisions, address matters such as appropriate levels of development and form across the district. So my question really is, what outside the NFL chapter, it would be useful to have an idea of the range of provisions that allow for anticipated growth of the city in terms of development within SALs.
Yes, so I could certainly come back to that further in the right of reply, but that would be just briefly for instance, the rural zone provisions and what they anticipate or enable or have more restrictions around, for instance, use and development, subdivision.
Do you have a general sense of where SALs are? Are they largely in areas outside of residential areas?
There is SAL, for instance, at Pāwatahanui, which does cover some of the settlement zone, rural residential, I understand. But yet quite a few are also more the rural zone based. There's a range, for instance, Cannons Creek, Belmont Hills. They are spread throughout the district, but they don't tend to be over the more intense residential areas.
Okay, thank you.
If I may interject there and just add to Ms Racklin's response, if you're talking about growth, Commissioner Williams, and particularly the further development and urbanisation of the city, we've predominantly addressed that through the future urban zone and identifying areas where future growth may occur. Policy 1, FUZP1, talks about where it may be appropriate for growth to occur in the city. And there are 2 sub-clauses to that in particular. We've identified areas as future urban zone where they have been identified in the Porirua Urban Growth Strategy, with which Mr McDonnell's already talked to you about. And one of the requirements there is any of these future urban zones avoids significant adverse effects and avoids, remedy or mitigates any other adverse effects on identified SALs. In terms of future-proofing, clause 2 of that policy talks about the ability to rezone new areas as future urban zones, and again talks to avoiding those significant adverse effects or avoiding, remedying or mitigating other adverse effects on identified special amenity landscapes. So should areas be future urban zone or as proposed at the moment, or be rezoned as future urban, that's certainly a test that would be required. Any urbanisation of those future urban zones are then required to go through their own plan change process, which is subject to a structure plan process as well, and the requirements of those structure plans are set out in Appendix 11 of the plan. Now, you will of course be taken through the future urban zone provisions and requirements at a subsequent hearing stream.
Thank you.
Ms Racklin, paragraph 104, I want to take you to something in the previous sentence to that, which Commissioner Williams referred to. You say that the provisions for SALs should not be read in isolation, which in a general principle, of course, that of plan interpretation, that's correct. But is that consistent with the policy saying only allow in certain circumstances.
Just to clarify, is that the policy? Yes, so policy NFL 3.
Yes, that's right. So the previous discussion
Yep.
is all focused about wanting to soften the only allow to, so that it says allow. You're saying it shouldn't be read in isolation, but if it says only allow, how can you go beyond it?
Okay, so that's in relation to policy. Sorry, I'm a bit confused which policy.
Well, yes, I'm reading the text of your report. So the actual discussion is about, immediately above, is about P8, SALs in the coastal environment. Which says currently only allow. The submitters are seeking to delete the word only.
Oh, yep. In my view, you can still have the policy direction only allow, and then you need to read that within what falls below in terms of the rest of the policy. So it's only allow subdivision use and development, etc. And that within that start of that policy, it refers to the identified characteristics and values of the SAL, and it's an only allow having regard to those 4 points of the policy. So there is a strong policy direction, but it does give you the ability to consider whether it's appropriate in an SAL. And it is in the coastal environment as well, so that demands a slightly higher test.
Haven't gone back and had another look at what characteristics and values are identified in each of these, in the SALs that these submitters are talking about, which looks as though it may be the hills above the Tahanui Inlet. What are the characteristics and values identified for that SAL indicate a identified scale, location and built form?
So I'll just turn to the schedule. So the Pāotahanui SAL is SAL 001 and pages 24 to 25, if that helps,
Yep.
of Appendix A sets out the values for characteristics and values for Pāotahanui. So there is, and maybe Ms. Armstrong can speak to this more expansively, but for instance, there is under sensory a reference to a low-density settled landscape comprising a small village surrounded by lifestyle lots and pastoral farms connected to the Pāotahanui Inlet. Sorry, that's the pastoral farms, but as a recommended change in response to submission.
And is that the anticipated what is proposed for the anticipated form of the city and the anticipated growth of the city? That it will remain low density settled landscape with a small village surrounded by lifestyle lots and pastoral farms?
I can just pop in there. I think the subdivision provisions relating to special amenity landscapes recognise that although change will happen in them and subdivision will happen in them, overall the anticipated density of patterning across the special amenity landscapes is less than in the rural lifestyle zone outside special amenity landscapes. And so that's really just to recognise these characteristics and values and the value of these valued landscapes to the district as areas of less intensive development, you know, more of a visual break from development inside a growing city and where council has identified other areas that are appropriate for more intensive growth and trying to establish you know, a balance across the city. These landscapes have been identified as holding you know, particular values that are different from more general areas, and so the subdivision provisions provide for more of a maintenance of that low density patterning while still allowing for some change.
So, Ms. Racklin, is the practical answer to the submitters that the schedule already does identify the characteristics of the values within the anticipated form of the city and anticipated growth? Namely, it doesn't anticipate that there will be material development on that particular SAL.
Yeah, so the characteristics and values are focused on what are the existing land uses or the predominant land uses, as I've set out in paragraph 105, in terms of considering the policies, rules or methods. But the characteristics and values as per the landscape assessment, it's not the role of them to set out what the anticipated growth will be. I think the fact that there are references within to that sensory value that I described, for instance, is reflective of what is the characteristics and values of that at that time. So it's not the role of the characteristics and values to do the future anticipated growth thinking.
The problem I have with that logic is that if your policy is about maintaining your existing values, by definition, there never will be. Well, you couldn't have a policy like anticipated growth plan somewhere else in the plan, because there would be an internal conflict.
Just in response to that, the policy framework does really allow for consideration of proposed development, for it to be carefully considered. So it doesn't prevent it occurring. So maintaining those characteristics and values, that's what the assessment process would look at, as to how has it been done, the design, the form, the scale of earthworks, for instance, to maintain those values. So in a way, in a form that recognises and protects for ONFLs or maintains for SALs, but it doesn't say that their development cannot occur.
But is that the practical result? If the values that the policy directs you to maintain are the values of a low density, occasional rural lifestyle block, pastoral farming, will that in practice preclude any material urban development? Like, I hear what you say about careful consideration, but if your policy direction is maintain the current identified values.
Or can I put it in,
Yeah.
can I add another, that the underlining zoning, I would have thought might in itself, given that most of these will occur in a rural zone, will the policies and objectives and rules in the underlying zone provide some, basically control growth in themselves. So it's the underlying zoning is itself a limiting factor to growth, as well as the overlay. Would that be correct?
Yes, I don't know if I'd phrase it that there'd be so there may be a slight limiting factor, or depending on how the development is proposed or the activity, if it's carefully considered, then it could be provided for. And I'll just give an example, for instance, of buildings and structures in special amenity landscapes. So there is a rule for that about buildings and structures being permitted where they comply with a standard. Otherwise, that goes to a restricted discretionary activity. So there is an anticipated level of development that is appropriate at a permitted level before it needs to get into that full assessment.
I suppose I was coming back to looking at your paragraph 97 of where submitters are seeking additional wording that identified characteristics and values are maintained and where practicable, enhanced within the context of growth in the city. I mean, whether you had any comments, again coming back to that most of those special amenity landscapes lie within, not necessarily, no, they lie across rural zoned landscapes or rural lifestyle landscapes or fuzz.
Yes, I do recognise the discussion and the point that's been made about the anticipated growth. However, I don't think it's the role of the objective, for instance, to add in within the context of growth of the city. That's we need to look at the provisions across the plan as a whole. Because then you may, if you sort of started to bring in within the context of growth, you may start to then bring in other matters.
Right.
In terms of the interrelationship between different provisions in the plan, to make that work consistently across the plan, does the language need to be clearer that, at least for SALs, this is not an environmental bottom line? Because I'm thinking of the King Salmon comments that the O&L provisions are in the nature of an environmental bottom line.
Yes, so I think that would warrant some further consideration, perhaps through the right of reply as to is there any particular language for the SALs which could help articulate that further, although which particular policy would need to be looked at carefully. And then I think, drawing back up to the objective, it does bring in the maintain and where practicable enhance. But yes, I see what you mean about the differences.
Because we've discussed the differences in language, but clearly from King Salmon, Section 6B is an environmental bottom line, and Section 7 amenity values is not. It's a strong policy directive, hence have particular regard, but it's not a bottom line. I was going to move on to paragraph 3.8, words. Anything on this?
No.
The question I had was about the suggested relief these submitters seeking shift from farming to primary production. In relation to the rural zone, if the focus is on the existing values, well, as you said earlier, Ms. Racklin, the schedules are identifying the existing characteristics and values of the land. Is the relief that these submitters are seeking actually going to make any difference in terms of, to the extent that there are primary production values broader than farming, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out which particular primary production value these submitters are interested in. The question is not about what the policy says, but rather what the values the schedule identifies, and whether the schedule goes further than farming or not. Does it make a difference? Will it get them anywhere? They obviously think it will, but do you agree with that?
Yes, so I set out in paragraph 119 how replacing farming with primary production would have the effect, just in summary, of really expanding those activities, for instance, through to the likes of mining, quarrying and forestry. So it would be really opening up that policy direction there, which the relevant policy, NFL P4, is about allowing use and development, in part 2 of that policy, where it is associated with farming activities for an established working farm. So it's focused on farming activity.
I suppose my point is that if the policy says is associated with some sort of activity and maintains the identified value, characteristics and values. So if the identified characteristics and values, for instance, don't include quarrying or mining, what difference does it make? Because you're still not maintaining the values. Because it's a two-pronged policy, you have to achieve them both.
Yeah, so if it was broadened from farming activities to primary production, you'd also need to then, it's the word established working farm in that second part of NFLP 4. So it really is, the policy is not focused on those other mining, quarrying activities. So,
well, the other thing is that the submitters, that might be another reason to ask the same question. If it's associated with a primary production activity for an established working farm,
It's not going
Does
to
your
help.
quarry have, is your quarry part of an established working farm? Seems a bit odd. Like, yes, you might have a small scale operation that was actually servicing the needs of the farm for aggregate or rock or whatever it needs, but not if you're exporting it, which is, I think, what these submitters would be doing. So they might not have gone far enough with their relief anyway on that ground. Oh well, we can ask them that. Well, no, we can't, because Fulton Hagen have just tabled a response.
Does established working farm have a legal sense? Does that mean the farm that is occurring at the time this plan goes through?
I was just checking to see whether we have a definition, and we don't. Yeah,
I would have thought you'd know, Ms. Racklin. It's Murphy's Law of Planning. You never have a definition that will actually answer the question.
so, yeah.
I mean,
That's a scope issue about not having a. We don't. There is no submission to change that working farm.
No, I understand that, but one scenario might be that I have a farm and I might decide within that farm to have a small plantation, and that would be part of my farming activity, one of the streams to my farming income. So, would you regard
Commissioner Williams, not if it was a new plantation forestry, because that would be caught up by the rules.
So I couldn't change my sheep farm and include some goats as well, because that wouldn't be part of my established farming practice?
Potentially that, but in terms of your example of forestry, there is certainly provisions in terms of the NES on plantation forestry which address that.
Right, okay. So my 1 hectare walnut plantation is not a goer?
Probably not.
Thank you.
Right. Going on to 3.9. Mr. Williams, do you have anything on
I
that?
don't have anything on that section.
I just wanted to ask you a question, Ms. Racklin, about the suggested amendment to NFL P13. It says the location of any new building or structure and use of any external materials and colour, comma, where this does not impact cultural elements of building design. Are the extra words intended to relate to the location? Because that's how it reads. Like, put another way, what is the this in the policy?
Yeah. So this. No, I don't think it's to do with the location as such. It's more about the elements of the building and structure itself. I think that could be slightly worded slightly differently. Obviously, within the scope of the submission, need to have a look at that a bit further.
Yes, I surmise that was not your intention, but I think you need to look at the words. Commissioner, do you have a thought?
Yep. As I understand that, in paragraph 125, the purpose of that was put out in the submission of Whānau Horomona's submission, in that in number 3 that a comma after building or structure to separate the location relates to the new building or structure.
And
And
remove
then
the,
separately, the second part is the use of the external materials and colour, where it's that latter element that relates to the underlying part on page 18.
you could rely on the punctuation as, it may be better to reword it to say
Yeah.
more clearly what,
Yes.
exactly what you mean. Or, yeah, accepting, to capture, I think, what is the intent of the submission, maybe what, not precisely what they've asked for.
Yes, certainly I've made a note to have a careful look at that punctuation and just that it says what it means.
Always a good idea to say what you mean. 310, approach to vegetation clearance. Commissioner Williams?
Right, I'll just look at Rule 2. I was interested in the clearance of vegetation here. We're to permitted activity provided it complies with standard 2, and wondered if you had any thoughts on risks that there may be areas of valuable indigenous vegetation within the site that haven't been identified, and that the standard might provide a risk to that. I suppose what I was thinking was that SNAs, we've been told, have a minimum size of 5,000 square metres, and that while the standard only allows for, in fact, 50 square metres over 5 years in an ONFL and 100 square metres for an SAL, whether there is any risk that the vegetation removal will have some sort of impact on, or, will impact valuable vegetation. I think the other thing that came to mind was we were told, I think on Friday, that the rezoning of Plan Change 18 and the rezoning of Plimmerton Farm, in fact, in the process, some new SNAs were found. And we were told that, in fact, wetland areas are very hard to identify from aerial photographs. So if I put those two things together, that I wondered how you would characterise to me how you would manage the risk that even those small amounts of vegetation might have some impact.
Certainly. So the standard does allow for some level of indigenous vegetation removal, and I think, yes, there is a risk that there may be some vegetation removed that contributes to the characteristics and values. However, it's set at what I'd consider to be a degree of vegetation removal that's appropriate for either an NFL or SAL, so in this case the NFL. And I think it's important to make that distinction between the characteristics and values of these landscapes. They're a combined set of values, of which the natural science values are one component. And if it's important vegetation, if it's been identified as a significant natural area, there are provisions within the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter to manage that. So I think it's about striking an appropriate balance to allow for some removal, but not too much that it's going to harm those characteristics and values without some sort of assessment through the consent process, looking at the impact on the landscape characteristics and values.
I suppose that prompts me to ask, how did you come up with 50 and 100 square metres? Like, accepting that any number you come up with is inherently arbitrary, but what was the basis for those numbers?
Sorry, is it the standards for the earthworks?
No vegetation removal, S2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the Section 32 does address the clearance of Indigenous vegetation and setting out that it was considered to be appropriate at an appropriate level of vegetation. I can point to that part of the Section 32.
Was there any more science than a finger in the air? Like it seemed like an acceptably small number.
Yeah, as I pointed out in my my Section 42A report, I was involved in the drafting and Section 32A of a set of reports. So in terms of the exact rationale on why it was landed at 50 and 100, I would need to go back to look more carefully at the Section 32 or have a look at that further, but I understand that the Section 32, through the Section 32 report, it was considered to be the standards that had been arrived at are appropriate.
Okay, so the answer is it's in the Section 32 report.
Yep.
And we'll hear from Doc on the matter.
No doubt. It's 28 minutes past 12. I think we'll take a break for lunch. Thank you, team. Back at 1:30. We're making good progress. We have a submitter who we've scheduled to come in at 3:45. I think that's hopefully going to be academic. We'll be waiting for them rather than needing to break you and Ms Armstrong's presentation, Ms Racklin. Even though you've got a second report, there don't seem to be quite the level of contentious issues in that report, or even any submissions in some respects. A bit shorter, we hope. So we'll adjourn until 1:30 and look forward to seeing you both at that point. Okay, let's get the show back on the road. We're up to section 3.11. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Racklin. I'm looking at Rule 4, new buildings and structures with outstanding natural features and landscapes or special amenity landscapes within the coastal environment. And I see that Robin Smith has seeks an addition to rules and standards so that discretionary activity standard for OFNL in the coastal environment requires compliance with NFLS3, or where that's not met, the activity becomes non-compliant. You don't agree, and I wonder if you could talk me through that.
Yes, certainly. I've looked at this submission, and I find the discretionary activity status provides a pathway to test whether the buildings and structures would be appropriate, and against that avoid significant adverse effects policy framework. I think it's an appropriate threshold as opposed to non-complying.
Because is the wording about avoiding adverse effects rather than significant adverse effects? Or am I... in the wrong place? I look and
What I was going to ask you about,
Policy.
Ms. Racklin, was that policy P7 seems to be about avoiding adverse effects, whereas so it seems to be a mismatch in your reasoning.
Oh, okay.
yes.
I'll just have to take a wee look at that. Sorry, which paragraph were you referring to? The
152.
152.
Is that the
Avoid
point?
Yes, that's the point. In referring to policy P7.
Which doesn't seem to say that.
Yes, you're correct. It says avoid adverse effects. Policy P7, and then I've referred to avoid significant adverse effects.
So is the point that Ms. Smith makes probably an appropriate point, that if you can't meet the standard, should the activity become non-compliant?
I think that's certainly something to give some further consideration of talking about the avoid as opposed to avoid significant. A discretionary in my mind still does give a very robust, thorough assessment to test on a case-by-case basis, but potentially non-complying may be more in line with that avoid adverse effects policy direction.
Yeah, I think it's something to consider, given
Yeah.
you're talking about an ONFL and in the coastal environment, perhaps. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's my only point.
I've got a question on that. Ms. Ragland, just in relation to that, finish writing, please. You can finish writing. The submitters requested that the discretionary activity be subject to a standard. In terms of how discretionary activities are set out through the plan, is it within the plan structure to have that discretionary activities are subject to standards?
From my knowledge, generally, no. I don't know whether Ms. Sweetman wants to expand on that at all, but typically they don't tend to have. I'd need to do a thorough check, but from the knowledge of the chapters I've worked on, it's not normally associated with a standard.
Right.
Commissioner St Clair, no, we don't have a particular rule of thumb around drafting in that space in terms of whether you can have discretionary activities which are subject to standards.
So that probably varies throughout the plan.
Yeah, certainly we have discretionary activities which are subject to things,
Right.
not necessarily standards.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with the concept of a discretionary activity being subject to a standard.
Okay.
But the concept of something being subject to a standard means it should then logically then default, if the standard's not met, to a more onerous rule.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
All right, quarrying and mining.
I suppose I do have a question which relates to probably more the Fulton Hogan submission in Willowbank, and it's for you, Ms. Armstrong, which is about the qualities of basically the substance of the Fulton Hogan submission was that after meeting you on site and looking at your evidence, they felt that the SAL provisions have potential to cause uncertainty during the assessment phase of resource consents, and that the proposed Belmont Hills SAL covers such a vast area and applies a blanket set of amenity values that does not suitably address the complex topography and landscape of Willowbank Farm. Do you have any response to that? So she's muted.
Sorry about that. I think the very characteristic of that SAL that it does include complex topography is one of the characteristics that provides for scope for quarrying activities to occur in there. I think that because it's a highly elevated landscape, it's appropriate that mitigation measures are included inside development proposals and so the quarrying proposals. I know that's something that they do anyway. And so I just think that it is a vast landscape, or it is a large landscape, but it's a landscape that has similar characteristics across its extent, as set out in the schedule, being elevated, being a skyline, undeveloped backdrop for quite a few residential communities, and so I think it's just appropriate that consideration is given to the effects of quarrying activities to occur in there, and that there is scope for those to occur. and that they are provided for in provisions. Does that answer your question? So I'm not quite sure if I called all
It
of
does.
those.
I suppose what I'm taking from you is, and maybe I'm overinterpreting it, is you're saying that the values and characteristics identified for the SAL, because it's such a big area and so variable, they provide that they cover that suitably the whole range of characteristics of that landscape, but at the same time allow for, if you like, different forms of activity to meet, to meet the criteria,
Yes,
and meet the
yes,
policies
that's
and
right.
objectives.
Yes, yep. And there are a range of ways that can be done, and I think that the quarry does that well already. So we talked up on the site about the various methods that could be used. For example, consideration of removal of a particular landform as an area of landform that might have less effect by removing that, and then remediating what was left, than providing a cut halfway up the landform, for example. Selecting sites within the topography that are less visually, have lower visibility from surrounding areas. They already use methods like creating bunds and doing planting. So there's a range of mitigation measures that can be used for the quarrying. It's an undeveloped eastern skyline to the district, and so that is an important value that I think needs to be considered in the quarrying proposals.
Oh, thank you. And just as an aside, whereabouts does the Willowbank property sit in relation to the wider encompassing SAL?
It's if you look at appendix, set out in my appendix. At page 17. So that graphic shows the red outlines are the Willowbank lots, and the blue outline is the SAL. So it's quite central.
I'm just finding my way.
So what was that reference again?
Page 17 of appendix A to my evidence statement.
Uh-huh. Right, so Willowbank is the area outlined in
In red.
red, and the wider SAL is in blue. Yep,
That's right, yes.
And where is the existing quarries in relation to the SAL at the moment?
It's outside the SAL. You look at the red outlined lots, the top one on the left of the page, inside the SAL. The quarry is just below that blue line, beside the dark green area of, I guess that's forestry or bush.
Is it?
You can see it.
Is
Yeah,
it the one
in the graphic.
just on the outside of the? You can see like what I thought. Yes.
Yeah, it looks like a whitish kind of patch.
Yes.
And where's the ridgeline on this? Is it within the SAL or the Belmont ridgeline? Do you know?
No, I don't actually, but I can get that drawn on for you if that's going to be helpful.
I think that would be useful. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think that's a confirmation. If you could include that, or Ms. Rackland could include that in the council reply.
Yeah, I would say that it might be quite difficult to draw one ridgeline because it is pretty varied topography up there. So there may be a main one, which I imagine is possibly back behind the SAL in Belmont Regional Park. But yeah, I'll have a close look at that and see what I can come up with.
Yes, the boundary that's there may in fact be Porirua City's
It is. The
boundary.
boundary there is the district boundary.
Be a bit odd if the district boundary wasn't on the ridge line, wouldn't it?
No?
Yeah. I suppose. Thinking. Fine. Ms Armstrong, the actual relief Thornton Hogan are seeking is in effect writing in the potential for expansion of their existing operation. The usual rationale for that kind of policy is in effect that having had a certain level of effect in one location, it's better to swing with it and accept potential incremental adverse effect than open up a greenfields area. That's the usual justification. Do you think a greenfield quarry in this vicinity is a realistic possibility, or is expansion of the existing quarry the only likely development?
From a landscape point of view.
From a landscape point of view?
Yeah. I haven't looked at what all the possibilities would be. It would be a matter of carefully looking over the lots and selecting sites. But I would say that it really comes down to the effects, and if the effects of expanding the quarry operation that's there are less than the effects of doing a greenfield development somewhere else, then that's what you go for. But you'd need to explore it.
Do you have any sense as to whether a greenfields project is a greenfield quarry has the potential to be acceptable from a landscape point of view?
Well, I think there is a possibility of that, yes, because of the really varied topography up there. So it would need a study, but it seems to me that there is scope in there, and particularly with the large the large number of lots and the large area of land that those cover.
Thank you. You comfortable with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
We're on to forestry. 313. Any questions on 313?
Not from me. No.
Nor me. Anyone else? No. 314. Adjacent to. Land adjacent to NFLs.
Well, I've got a question for Ms Armstrong, and that is, have you any experience in assessment of a proposal where the assessment was affected by the backdrop of an ONFL or a SAL landscape?
So the development proposal was affected by the landscape.
I suppose in other terms, have you had any experience where the proximity of a identified landscape of some kind has influenced whether or not the proposal is suitable?
I have undertaken assessments of development proposals adjacent or close to the edge of an outstanding landscape, but not proposals that I then recommended were not suitable. So clearly there would be proposals, or there could be proposals outside boundary that can affect the values. I think there is case law on that. I'm not sure if there is case law around that. But an example would be some substantial earthworks, for example, that didn't tie in well with the natural contour of the ONFL. That could be one example.
So do you have any comment on the matter raised by Robin Smith about amendments to the PDP to include development controls on land adjacent to an SNA or ONFL, obviously not SNA, but ONFL site?
I need to apologise because I haven't looked through submissions, particularly on provisions. So I'll just have to speak generally to that question. I think that it is a fair point that, you know, that the development proposals can affect ONF values even if they're outside the boundary. And so whether that ends up in provisions or not, I guess is a planning question. But certainly if you're an assessor, a landscape architect doing an assessment of a consent, it will be best practice anyway, regardless of what's in the district plan, to consider effects on the ONFL.
Well, thank you. So now I'm going to ask Ms. Rashford the same question.
So about whether development adjacent could affect an
Yes.
ONFL or SAL.
Or whether provision should be made in the plan for that potential.
Yes, I have responded to this in my assessment, and I really highlighted that that the areas adjoining do not contain the characteristics and values of that landscape. So, whilst yes, potentially there could be an impact, it's the values, characteristics and values of the landscape that are being protected or maintained. And in response to the submission, I noted that there was no particular sort of analysis in terms of what the buffer should be or the spatial extent. So it's a very wide-ranging relief, I think. And when I think about the scale of the landscapes, they're vast. So to arrive at a solution for that would require really fine-grained analysis, and I think it would come back to what is reasonable and appropriate given what is being sought to be achieved in terms of the objectives of the chapter. So overall, I don't think it's appropriate or necessary to control adjoining the NFLs.
I have an alternative thought. Given that possibility, would it? I can understand why you might come to the view that it's not appropriate to control things that wouldn't otherwise be controlled, but is the merit in adding potential effects on, I won't say adjacent, but nearby SALs and ONFLs, where an activity is already subject to a discretion? So that might be one of the RDA matters of discretion. And so to give you an example, in the Queenstown plan that I'm familiar with, there is a specific policy that says that if you build something that obscures the view of that is in the foreground of the view of an ONL in the background, you've got a problem. When viewed from a public place.
I think I need to give that some more thought. I'm not sure whether to the extent that a matter of discretion would be necessary, but potentially something in an overall policy direction.
But the trouble with is if it's an RDA, if it's not a matter of discretion, it can't be considered. That's like you might need both an RDA and a new policy, and I'm not sure that's within scope. If the scope is to include development controls, then it probably is, because that's something short of what's been sought.
Sir, this sort of would end up going quite a lot wider if we were to go embark on that, and the consideration of effects on overlays adjacent, in terms of adding that in as a matter of discretion. There's the whole, where would we put a policy in that regard to support a matter of discretion appropriately. But then it's also, we'd need to consider, if we were going to suddenly introduce this policy, which is considering effects on overlays, about did we have the building standards correct in the first instance? Because they're not an effect that we considered when we were developing the district plan.
Well, I can understand that you might be somewhat hesitant for SALs, but given the direction in relation to ONFLs, Ms Armstrong said there is potential for off-site activities to have an effect. And given the strength of the statutory instruction, the instruction from the RPS, maybe we need to think a bit harder about, as I say, how we might do that. Like, that's why it occurs to me that rather than impose restrictions where there are currently no restrictions, to add it as an additional matter to be considered might be a middle position that could be supported, but it may not. I think we're just asking, is the merit in the idea? So leave that one with you. Ponder. We're up to definitions. Anything on definitions, Mr. Williams?
Definition? Oh, yes. No, nothing on definitions.
Anyone else? Then policies.
I have a question for Ms Armstrong on policies, and that is in relation to 3.16 and docs, seeking that the policy for identification of outstanding natural features and landscapes should adopt criteria from policy 15 of the NZCPS. Can I ask you, Ms Armstrong, if the criteria in policy 15 are form part of the evaluation criteria for identifying values and characteristics in the ONFLs?
I think I'm going to have a think about that and get back to you and write a reply, because I haven't been involved in detail in writing these provisions. I was involved at the start in providing kind of advice as the provisions developed, and in several instances through their development, but I haven't done a detailed review of how the provisions ended up, and my evidence has really dealt with boundary adjustments and schedule amendments and a new ONFL proposition. So I think I'd like to have a bit more detailed think about that question.
Oh, thank you. Are you the most appropriate person to ask then, Ms Rackland? Is there somebody else who would be more appropriate to provide? Would Boffers, who wrote the original
These provisions, is your question in relation to the provisions?
The question is in relation to the identified values and characteristics in the ONFL, if they overlay.
Sorry, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating your question?
Policy 15 of NZCPS has criteria for evaluating, a coastal, the qualities in a coastal environment.
Yes.
I'm asking if there is overlap with the criteria used for evaluating the values and characteristics of an ONFL, e.g. with policy
26.
25, right, of the RPS.
I can certainly answer that question, but I will need to have a little bit of time to think about it because it's not a question that I've actually thought about before. So good question. And
That would be useful, thank you.
I'll get back to you.
Ms. Racklin, I have a question about the way in which these policies are framed. They read like, both P1 and P2 read like this is something that's going to happen in the future rather than something that has already happened and that you are explaining that the action was that they were listed and they were identified and were listed, because this reads like there's more to come, like there may be more to come, but as we've discussed, there's only be more to come in a future plan change. So, like, does that is this worth worrying about? Is this just something I should get over?
Yeah, I'll jump in because it is actually a plan overlay wide matter that you're asking, and this is a consistent approach that we've taken across the overlay chapters. So we see these policies as being both looking back and looking forward. So they do set out how we have identified the overlays, and then they provide the necessary direction for future plan changes should new features, landscapes, significant natural areas, etc., historic heritage items, sites and areas of significance to Māori be identified in the future. So in terms of a policy, we very much describe it as one which is a council-focused process policy.
I might also just add to that, if I may, that Chair, that the submitter didn't request the other identification policies be deleted.
Okay. Any more on 316? 317, rules about earthworks rules.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, Ms. Racklin, just before we do move on to the rules, I do have one question for you in relation to policies, and this relates to policy NFL P7, outstanding natural features and landscapes in the coastal environment. I'm just wondering whether, in your opinion, this policy, despite the fact that obviously it is intended to protect outstanding natural features and landscapes by ensuring that adverse effects are avoided, but given that, and notwithstanding that, would this policy still allow for papakainga development by Ngāti Toa along the lines that has been expressed in the NFL P12 policy, for instance, and within the Māori purpose zone? Would this policy allow that kind of development to happen within the coastal environment? And I'm thinking particularly, actually, and this is important, In areas of the coastal environment where an outstanding natural landscape or feature has been identified which coincides with Māori ancestral land, would this policy restrict tangata whenua from being able to provide for papakainga housing?
I don't consider that it would prevent it. It's avoid adverse effects. It's not avoid all or any adverse effects. So I consider there is some provision within that.
Okay, thank you for that. And just to double check, presume,
Sorry, Commissioner Palmari, I'll just jump in because Mr. McDonnell and I did a lot of work in the space around just trying to get the right balance between the providing for the relationship of Māori with their land and trying to balance that up with all the other Section 6 matters as well. And we did seek legal advice on the weighting of those and how you then read that in conjunction with the NZCPS and the RPS and everything else as well. So we have taken quite a nuanced approach here, where if you look down at Rule 6, for example, which talks about the level of vegetation removal that's provided for, and you'll see it's a controlled activity. Sorry, I'll let you just get there. Controlled activity of vegetation removal where it's actually for papakainga within a special amenity landscape or residential development within an SAL within Takapua here.
yes,
And then also allowing clearance basically up to 3,000 square metres per title. So that was seen as responding to the needs of Māori and their lands and allowing for papakainga to happen. But B is obviously restricting that vegetation removal so that it has to be outside of a coastal high natural character area or an ONFL. So in putting that B there, we were looking particularly at the NZCPS and the stronger direction that it has in respect of particularly ONFLs and natural character. So it's been a very careful balance that we spent a lot of time trying to get right.
I understand. So, but there's still provision, there's still scope, if presumably within that policy, for some kind of development of the sort of a cultural nature.
Oh, absolutely. So then Rule 7, controlled activity for buildings and structures for papakainga.
Yes.
And as you heard us talk about papakainga last week, that is not just for residential development, it's also for appropriately for commercial and cultural activities to occur as well.
Yeah. So in terms of policy NFLP 7, outstanding natural landscape features, would that jump to, if you're looking at Rule 6, that's only within a special amenity landscape though, isn't it? So which rule rules would we go to in terms of assessing papakainga development, say, an outstanding natural landscape feature?
That would go to a non-complying activity under Rule 7.
Rule 7.
Point 3.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do you think there is a need or merit in considering, along with, you know, the requirement for a provision for a suitably qualified landscape architect to assess the proposal, and that's a given. But do you think it might be a bit tricky, but in an ONFL that coincides with ancestral Māori land that has significant cultural and spiritual value to the tangata whenua and is still within their possession and use, if you like, and continues to be used for cultural purposes, do you think there is a need for or merit for considering including, you know, an additional assessment requirement along cultural lines?
In terms of this, on that,
Yeah.
so
Scope issue.
yeah, it's a little bit tricky to
Yes.
speak to that.
Yeah. I understand from a scope perspective that
Yeah.
we may be limited, but
Yeah.
as a matter of principle, and from a planning perspective, and particularly in this area, of course, dealing
Yes.
with outstanding natural landscape features and things. I mean, within the methodology and policy context for identifying these outstanding natural landscape feature values, obviously there is consideration of Māori cultural values as part of that. I mean, could it be that an undertaking, you know, somebody who's suitably qualified undertaking a landscape, you know, sort of architectural assessment might be as part of that broader consideration, likely to or could be directed to consider cultural values within that context?
Yeah, I was going to respond that the assessment by the landscape that's required, the landscape architect assessment, yes, there's nothing to say that within that there wouldn't be an assessment of other values, cultural values, other natural science factors and values, but I wondered whether Ms. Armstrong may have had any thoughts on that as well in terms of what the particular characteristics and values are of those areas,
Yes.
and to the extent that it necessitates, you know, strong consideration of the cultural Māori values.
I wonder whether I could ask Ms. Armstrong then. Assume you're the qualified landscape architect, Ms. Armstrong, in question. How would you inform yourself of the cultural values that impinge on the overall assessment?
Well, there's generally pretty good information available from councils and district plans. Also, any kind of management plans that iwi have in place that kind of give an indication of aspirations, as well as past associations, ongoing associations, assessing it from a kind of holistic Te Ao Māori point of view. So that includes, you know, consideration of, well, it's really just a holistic consideration, really. And if possible, it's always a good idea to go through district plan, district council contacts to mana whenua, if that's a possibility. That's kind of the methods that you'd use to inform your assessment.
Kapai, thank you.
I had an issue, Ms. Racklin, about the rules. You're suggesting discretionary activity. For for Rule R1 don't exceed the standard. I wondered if there was room for a stepped change. So you've got a standard 500 square metres of earthworks and an O&L is RDA, defaulting to discretionary, where there might be an upper limit that would default to restricted discretionary. How much is beyond the pale, basically, that you would really need some pretty starry justification. I don't know whether the right, if 500's RDA, 5,000, for instance. If you're at that level in an O&L, then, like, obviously, again, these are arbitrary numbers. Similarly, maximum height of cut and fill above ground level doesn't exceed 3 metres is the standard. Maybe if it exceeded 10 metres, that might default to non-compliant. What do you think about that, a stepped position?
Yes, I think that's something that could be thought about. It would be a matter of working out what the specifics are to accompany that stepped position. But yes, feasibly, I can see that there could be a possibility there.
As I say, I'm not saying there's any magic in the numbers I plucked out of the air, but in terms of the message you're sending, that might be worthwhile to think about. Anything else on 317 from the Commissioners?
Sorry, just the same question in relation to the title for the NFL 12
Oh, yes.
and the zone.
Basically the same
default
issue.
rule, the same issue as we discussed with Mr. McDonnell this morning. Yep.
Yes. So the NFL R12, so that addresses that other issue. In the other chapter, it specifies, it includes non-complying as well, so that's covered. And
I think it's also the point that because of the breadth of the language, this is an overlay, and that would catch, unless it's specifically mentioned, it needs to be any activity not otherwise listed as permitted, controlled, restricted, discretionary or non-complying in the plan, or is it? Do you mean in this chapter? Because if it's in the chapter, then you get the perverse scenarios that we were tossing around of things that are permitted in the underlying zoning.
yeah, I would like to think about that some more, because I would think it's within the chapter that activity catch-all rule applies, but I can see the point that's been made about those other outcomes.
So that if it's probably something worthwhile for everybody, Mr. McDonnell, yourself, Ms. Sweetman, everybody to think about, and how that relates, because I'm assuming there's a default rule at the end of each of these specific chapters at least. So how would it consistently be applied across all of them? Do they all need the same wording change or not? If you looked into that, that would be good. Thank you.
Thanks, will do.
I think that's all we have on or maybe not. Wait for it.
I just have a question for Ms Armstrong, and it's really on the schedule of landscapes and on the boundary of Porirua Park, because I know we're going to have a large number of submitters talking to us on this issue.
Commissioner, like what I had in mind was we would go to Ms Armstrong's
Oh,
evidence.
right, okay, well,
Now-
right, we weren't going to cut her off completely.
No, not of it. That we talk about to Ms Armstrong about any questions arising under evidence, and so perhaps we should do it in that context.
So are we ready to do that now?
So let's start with Porirua Park and the boundary thereof.
So if you, sorry, would you like me to address it as a question, or would you like to just head into a debate?
Look, well, I can just explain our process to start with, I suppose, and then perhaps that might answer your question, or then you could ask the question. When we did consider, and as part of our kind of overview review of the identified draft landscape areas that were done in earlier work by Bob Miskell. If I just give a little bit of background, we were brought in 2019 to kind of progress the earlier work of identifying those draft outstanding and special amenity landscapes. And the kind of main part of our brief was to engage with mana whenua and fully identify the tangata whenua landscape values and incorporate those into the schedules and have a look at any boundary adjustments that needed to be made to kind of take account of those values. So in this instance, we did a kind of high level review of this boundary in this area, and whether the parts of Porirua Park that were outside the defined boundary should in fact be inside, and that kind of included a site visit where I got a better understanding of sensory values. It included talking to mana whenua for input on the shared and recognised values, consideration of other already identified and clear shared and recognised values relating to it being a park and having golf course activities in there, and also the natural science values that had been identified with the draft SNA area. And then that involved kind of standing back and really looking at how those values and characteristics came together as a whole. And I don't think it was an easy case, for example, but really I thought that the interior landscape, the parts of the park remaining outside the defined ONFL, in terms of landscape character, really were quite different. So probably lower across the sensory and shared and recognised values as well, and including some higher natural science values clearly were around the headwaters of the Monopoto stream. So as an area, there's kind of, I guess, two things. It's the inclusion, whether that whole extra area, Porirua Park remaining parts, should be inside the landscape, and really the boundary was drawn to take in outstanding values. So going back to the RPS, those values were eminent and out of the ordinary, whereas and also taking a land form approach to the boundary definition as well, which was part of the methodology that had been consistently applied across the different landscape areas across the district. So that methodology follows, prioritises landform patterns to kind of to define a landscape, as opposed to managing ecological areas or SNAs. So that was part of that fed into the decision as well. And just looking at the character of that interior landscape and the differences between that and the kind of areas that related to the coast more, I agreed back at that time when we were looking at the draft landscape area, that the Boffinma School boundary was pretty much in the right place, and I did move that a little bit down the ridge to kind of protect the skyline ridge values of the coastal escarpment. To taking that kind of standing back look, did the interior area exhibit values overall that met those kind of qualitative tests in the RPS of being eminent and out of the ordinary for the district, and they just really seem to be quite different values from the defined ONFL. So that's how we came to that decision.
Did you consider whether the area, and I take it implied in what you've just said is that the ridgeline or the area of the ridgeline was the southern boundary to that ONFL?
That's right.
Then the interior area, did that meet the criteria for a SAL as opposed to an ONFL?
We did think about that too. In the process that we came in, that area hadn't been identified as a landscape in its own right as a candidate area in the earlier work for consideration, and that just considering that work in identifying those candidate areas had been done from a district-wide study. So it was really kind of outside our brief to be identifying new areas, and we didn't have that district-wide comparative kind of study to be popping up with new areas. However, having said that, if Ngāti Toa had given us a lead that was an appropriate thing to be looking at, then we certainly would have raised that with council and flagged that there was some, possibly some more work needed there.
So you're saying that the cultural sort of shared and recognised values would have given it an elevation, that it elevated its value, that the other characteristics weren't in that sort of league.
Without doing further detailed research, that would have given the basis, I think, for doing some further work. I guess the shared and recognised values for the wider community are, probably more obvious and more evident. And I think too that through this process, there doesn't seem to have been a lot of support or suggestion that this area should be a special amenity landscape on its own. So I guess that, in looking at those shared and recognised values for the wider community, I think there's probably a higher level of those in the outstanding area because of the coastal edge and the range of experiences that gives, than the interior parts, which still have, important shared and recognised values for the wider community, but perhaps a less broad appeal, perhaps a less broad range of experiences that can be experienced in there.
Would you think of that interior landscape and the coastal escarpment as a whole together forming a Whitireia, feature? A headland feature? A peninsula feature?
Yes, I would do that because that's just sensible, really, isn't it? But I guess the thought was that the purpose of this boundary is to capture the outstanding values, the values that are really out of the ordinary for the district. And those, while the interior landscape has value as well, the point of the outstanding landscape is not to define all values, it's to define the outstanding values. And I guess it's also, when you think about that interior landscape in a district context, and whether including that, whether that area meets the same level of outstandingness as the other outstanding natural landscapes and features across the district. It just kind of seems, I think it has lower values across the factors.
Well, thank you. I do note that you made an exception in the case of, is it Rewa, the one north of Hongaweka, or flow on from Hongaweka, where you analysed a small area that on its own would not meet outstanding and natural standard, but it was part of the greater landscape.
Well, I think it comes down to looking at it at a district scale and taking that landform approach. That small area of flat land at the southern end of Te Rewa kind of doesn't belong anywhere else except inside that landscape. Whereas this area is, I guess I'd say it was more substantially different in character.
Okay, thank you.
So would you like me to just move through the areas now, one by one, or would you prefer to just go to areas that you have questions about?
I think we'll just do them by on an exceptions basis. You've given us the answer to yes. What I wanted to ask you about was the area Porirua, the southern escarpment. Obviously, Mr. Stevenson has given us evidence, the owner's perspective, querying where you've drawn the lines. So if you could just give me your rationale in that case, at Porirua, the southern escarpment, why, for instance, the next headland is the basis on which you've distinguished the headland to the north, which is an SAL.
Well, the basis of that really is that the escarpment forms a really dramatic, high, large, largely unmodified landform that is contiguous with, areas to the south outside the Porirua jurisdiction, but really part of the same landform, and that the character of that area is quite different from the headland to the north. It's the USAL. It's much more rugged and dramatic, and so that kind of elevates it along with the other values through the different factors. That's essentially the answer.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Williams?
No. No, I think I've asked most of those questions during our earlier discussion of the Section 42A report. I was considering one on Waitangarua Hill and the sort of transitioning to a more higher natural values, but I think we've already canvassed that point. I do have one question, and that's on SAL 002, which again is Mr. Stevenson's property, and where the submitters wanting to have the SAL boundary at the eastern edge moved closer to the boundary with Porirua City, on the basis that the boundary seeks to protect the city's bush backdrop. Could you provide some commentary on that, please?
Yes, the boundary for this SAL, the western boundary, is defined to take in the top of the landform. So it takes in the skyline, which is at the moment undeveloped. So that's a really important value for this SAL. So this skyline incorporates a new rural lifestyle zone. So there will be development up there, and that's appropriate. That's provided for in the district plan. But with the SAL taking in those areas, it just means that more detailed design consideration needs to be given to development inside that area, and I think that's appropriate on these kind of elevated, steeper kind of slopes where effects can be larger, and given that this is a monga and it's currently undeveloped, and that value is one that needs to be considered going forward.
Thanks. So in short, the boundary, the western boundary of the SAL is actually not, from your evaluation or from the earlier evaluation, it's been defined as, in fact, the skyline rather than as seen from Porirua City, rather than the bushline is. Yeah, the bush reserve is lower than the skyline in most places. Oh, and the boundary. I think there's been a new point made too in a submitted statement with regards to the other end of the SAL and aligning the boundary with the inland extent of the coastal environment as well. But the boundary, this western boundary, takes in the skyline and also looks at protecting that skyline. So it may go down, or it does go down a wee little, a bit further on the other side of the ridge line to protect that skyline from development that that could poke up there. And I think it's really important, not just in terms of dwellings, probably less so in terms of dwellings, because it's with the SAL provisions there, it's going to allow for a patterning which is less intensive than other rural lifestyle zones. But there's a consideration on inclusion of roading and things like that, and earthworks can be really impacting in a high landscape like that. Thank you.
Ms Armstrong, I had a question about your reasoning in paragraph 95. I understand the issue about that the notified scheduled values did not represent the final landscape report. You've considered the submission with reference to what you've described as the correct characteristics and values. If we were to take what is in the notified plan as on face value, does the submitter have a point, and there is a mismatch and that the characteristics and values that have been notified don't actually apply to this SAL?
Well, yes, that is correct, because it was a transcribing error. So I think that it's more important to recognise that the landscape does actually have value to the district, and so I think it's appropriate to replace those values with ones that do apply, and move forward on that basis.
Yes, that introduced the legal and planning problem. I can understand exactly why you have that view from a landscape architect's problem, but having asked and been told that the mechanism for changing the plan is plan change, I don't think we can just agree with you that we should treat it as being changed without a plan change and without a submission seeking that change. So that's just a problem that we have to discuss with Ms. Rackling. So what's the answer, Ms. Rackling? But I know that there won't be a plan change this year. It's been derailed by central government's contribution to urban development, or imminent contribution to urban development. Is the intention that there will still be a variation at some point?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, at some point, and no date has been set. That's a matter for the council, but certainly I understand that a variation is still under consideration to address these particular issues. And I would note that for the Belmont Hills, that of all of the SALs and ONFLs, that is the one where there was more transcribing error. So just to point that out for you, there is a spectrum, I would say, of transcribing matters to do with changes to wording or through to this Belmont Hills issue. So there's a spectrum of issues, I think, that need to be worked through to work out what would form the particulars of any variation.
Thank you. Paragraph 97 of your evidence, Ms. Armstrong. You say that the boundary at Belmont is logically defined. What is the logic?
Well, it takes in, say, the ends of small spurs. You know, the landscape up there is, as I said before, really varied. So that the boundary has been defined to include those kind of end spurs of particular landforms. So it's a landform approach. It uses landform patterns to form the boundary, which is consistent with the methodology.
At paragraph 101, you record there's a submission seeking inclusion of additional information in schedule for Taupo Swamp to recognise values identified in the PNRP. Question is, are those aspects of the PNRP under appeal or beyond appeal?
I think I'll defer to my planning colleague for that question.
Am I on? No, I am on now. Sir, I believe that the scope of appeals to the PNRP now is incredibly limited to effectively water quality issues, but we can clarify that through the right of reply
Yes,
as to whether they are beyond appeal, beyond challenge now.
And if they have changed since the submission was lodged through the mediation process, if you could tell us that too.
Absolutely.
In terms of paragraph 108, talking about SAL 01 and 006, I understand what a pastoral farm is, and that gradual revegetation and environmental restoration around the inlet. Question is, what we talked about this in the eco context. What was the original vegetation? What would the original vegetation have been on those hills, or those above the inlet?
Oh, well, it would have been inland forest. Exact species would probably be a better, because, you know, it's better answered by the ecologist than myself, with respect. But, you know, there would have been a mixture of different inland species, forest species.
The when you talk about looking at 104, you distinguish land form and land cover. Is land cover solely vegetation and buildings? And what comes within the term land form? What is the distinction between the two?
Well, land form refers to the earth, and the cover refers to vegetation. Yes, buildings could possibly include use. I'm not sure whether that's the case as well, but in my understanding, the way I interpret that is that land cover includes vegetation, which could be grass or could be other, you know, shrubby or tree species, or wetland in that case, I probably wouldn't say that it includes buildings, to be honest. I think that land cover refers to natural features. Buildings would come under land use.
And the question underlying the submission is do you think that there would be merit in addressing the issue that the submitters are raising more directly to clarify that the current bare hills are not a relevant value, or do you think they are a relevant landscape value?
Well, they are a landscape value that people in local communities do value. Probably it's a transitioning value, possibly. You know, there's people are valuing restoration of these areas and from an ecological point of view, and also from a visual amenity point of view, and what that contributes. So I think it's a difficult balance to meet, and it's one that I did think about in how these values and characteristics were written, and I think that it probably would be helpful to address it possibly in provisions if that. I don't. You know, it comes down to I guess the provisions are allowing for change to happen, and so that is recognising that. This is an SAL and it's not an ONFL where change is anticipated as being more limited.
I think the issue probably is that if given the policy direction to maintain values, if the bare hills are a relevant value, that has the potential for a significant constraint on development. I understand that's not your problem. You're assessing it as a landscape architect. But the question we have to grapple with is the extent to which the transition in terms of landscape values, the transition that you're referring to is valued over the current bareness.
I understand, yes. And I did try to address that in some of the rewording. So if you look at sensory values, number 6, I took out seasonal browning of hills.
The last question I had is your discussion of district growth. The that urban patterns are considered in the identification of landscape areas. In terms of shared and recognised values, to the extent that the district plan identifies areas for growth, and we've discussed earlier that isn't everywhere. It's mainly in the future urban zones. Are they shared and recognised values the plan should also recognise in a landscape context?
It's not something that would normally be done or is recommended under best practice. It's not a practice that I'm aware of people usually doing. To me, the very fact that the district is growing and special amenity landscapes have been identified, they are providing for that growth. They are providing a break from that growth. They have been identified within that context to make sure that the district doesn't become intense everywhere. So that I see the identification of special amenity landscapes as being a part of acknowledging that the district is growing. And I wouldn't see identifying potential for growth as a landscape value myself. I think that the characteristics and values are by best practice identified on the existing environment.
The word existing environment has a particular meaning in RMA terms to include the environment as it is planned to exist in future through the operation of resource consents and plans. So I should ask you, presumably the landscape architects do not use the term in that technical sense that the courts have told us is appropriate, and that when you say existing, you mean what's actually there that you can see. Is that
and anything consented, because that gives surety of what's actually going to happen in there.
so? It's both existing plus consented.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Armstrong?
No.
Yes, Commissioner.
Kia ora, Ms. Armstrong. Thanks very much for your indulgence today and for some lengthy time yesterday. Appreciate it. Just a few questions for you. I know you've already touched on some of this already, so try to be quick. You've alluded to the tangata whenua consultation that ISMIS undertook some time ago now, I take it, and undertaking your peer review of the work and identifying and incorporating tangata whenua values. Can you just please elaborate a little bit more on what that process of engagement with Ngāti Toa involved, and who you consulted with on behalf of Ngāti Toa? I'm assuming it was Te Runanga o Toa Rangatira, but I just wanted to clarify that because I don't think it's mentioned in your brief of evidence.
No, it isn't. I'm sorry about that. Yes, it included a series of meetings and site visits, essentially, and also we were provided with access to particular documents that were not publicly available. So we used those carefully to try and bring out values that were able to be identified and that was very useful. I'll need to get back to you with the names. I'm afraid it was.
That's
probably
all right.
a year ago that we met.
The individual people aren't important. Well, I'm sure they are, but their names aren't important for this process. I just really wanted to clarify that it was the Runanga that you'd consulted through in order to obtain Ngāti Toa's views on cultural values.
Well, I assume it was.
Okay. So if you could confirm that, that would be...
Yes, I will. I will confirm that for you.
And also I'm wondering whether there was any consultation undertaken with the Māori landowners of landscape areas that were proposed at that time and have since been included as landscape areas in the PDP. I mean, I'm aware that there are, as I'm sure you are, and the Runanga would have been aware of too, a number of identified landscape areas that are in Māori land title and are multiply owned, and in some cases have been in the possession of those Ngāti Toa families for generations. And so while, of course, Te Runanga o Tō Rangatira represents the iwi at a broad level on all of these issues, where there are individual Māori families with Ngāti Toa descent still in occupation of ancestral lands, they are probably I would have thought, the most authoritative people to talk to about cultural values. And I was just wondering whether the consultation exercise with Ngāti Toa extended that far.
We didn't talk with a lot of landowners, but we did talk with one landowner above Takapuahia village, who was planning to do some papakahinga development at the base of what was the draft SAL at that time. And that didn't actually end up inside the boundary, but yes, we met on site with her and had a discussion about what was planned there.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So I take it then that the cultural values that were derived in relation to these landscape areas were from the written sources that you were provided access to from the Runanga and presumably identified through your conversations and workshops and meetings and site visits and things with Runanga representatives. Would that be right?
Yes,
okay,
that's right,
thank
yes.
you. And as a result of that consultation process, were there any changes to those proposed landscape areas, not just in terms of boundary changes necessarily, but also in terms of maybe status or classification, adjustments between ONLFs versus SALs, and also were there any additions or deletions to the original proposed list of landscape areas as a result of that advice?
The Picarere Southern Escarpment was an addition that was discussed with Ngāti Toa as well, and had support for that becoming an ONFL.
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, sorry.
Where was the location?
Picarere Southern Escarpment.
Yes, thank you.
So there was some agreement, there was agreement from Ngāti Toa that would be suitably identified as ONFL. There weren't any other boundary adjustments made, but there were significant numbers of new values identified that were incorporated into the schedules and into the technical evaluation sheets as well that sit behind the schedules.
Okay, thanks for that. And just in relation to the Waitangirua Hill, I think it was originally proposed as an SAL, wasn't it? And then there was the one submission that came in requesting that it be listed as an ONFL based on the cultural and historical information around the significance of the naming of Waitangirua. And I understand that Ngāti Toa were consulted about that, and I've seen the further submission where they do support the that request, but they did propose, they supported it conditionally, as I understand it, or sort of on the condition that, that those cultural values that were being proposed by that one submitter were regarded in the context of recognising Ngāti Toa's mana and, cultural values, particularly in relation to the Waitangirua area. So I guess I'm just trying to get an understanding of to what extent, notwithstanding the fact that Ngāti Toa were consulted about the submission, but to what extent was there any, corroboration of the cultural values that were proposed through this particular submission? Was there any, were there any references provided to support the historical context of that submission and identifying Waitangirua Hill, for example, as an outstanding natural landscape?
No, there weren't references provided in the one submission that proposed Waitangirua Hill as an ONFL, but in discussions with Ngāti Toa, Ms. Racklin undertook, the draft values that I proposed to be included in the schedule relating to that SAL to recognise those values have been run past Ngāti Toa, and I understand there has been one amendment to the draft wording of those values, which I think Ms. Racklin is addressing in her right of reply, I think.
Oh, okay. Would you like to comment?
Is that correct?
Oh, yes, I'll just pick up on that, if I may. Yes, so in my supplementary evidence, I have addressed that at under the heading SAL 004 Cannons Creek. Yes, I set out that I contacted Te Runanga and have received feedback to make an adjustment to one of the values, and that's shown in red. Bold underline and bold strike through for the changes.
Okay.
But yes, some slight changes to one of the values.
Sorry, Ms. Ratcliffe, just making sure that I'm on the same page. Is that the strike through and the semi-bold italic proposed amendments to the SAL 004 Cannons Creek site? Is that the latest?
I think it's this one.
Oh, okay, thank you. It's recognising. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Okay, that makes more sense to me in the context of Ngāti Toa's further submission. So I take it then that, okay, so the reference to Te Rongo and Te Rangihaita's wife, Te Rongo, who was killed at the Wairoa in 1843, so those references will be deleted. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the feedback that we've had to remove those references.
Great. Thank you very much for that clarification. And just back to you, Ms. Armstrong. Sorry, I won't hold you up for much longer.
There's no problem.
There is a footnote at the bottom of your page. Doesn't have a page, but paragraph 62 is the last paragraph on that page. And down the bottom there's a footnote just saying that referring to council officers continuing discussions with Ngāti Toa over sites of significance.
Right.
and on the ONFL Waitangiroa Hill. So I was going to ask about that, but I think that may have been answered by Ms Ratcliffe's
Yes.
response. Am I to take it now that those discussions have concluded and that the proposed ONFL at Waitangiroa has been satisfactorily determined for
Yep.
purposes of the plan?
That's as I understand it in relation to the ONFL. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's now clarified. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Looks like we're on to the final report, Ms Racklin. Is there anything else you want to say about this? Your supplementary covers notes this in passing, but obviously it's not quite so contentious as the previous one.
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't think there's anything I outlined in my presentation at the start of the hearing today about what I understood to be what I considered to be the key issues. So yes, just happy to go straight into it.
The first question I had is about the heading, which is natural character, which on the face of it would include the entire district, but in fact what this chapter is about is the natural character of coastal margins and riparian margins. And the question therefore is, would it be more understandable to the readers of the plan if the heading of the chapter better represents what it's about?
Sir, that would be wonderful, but it is prescribed by the National Planning
I wondered
Standards.
if you're going to tell me that. Let's have a ritual bow in the direction of MFE at this point.
Are we able to amend those?
Not that I'm aware of. We can have a look at it.
Can't we amend them in relation to where they're site specific or something like that?
We'll consider that and get back to you in the right of reply, but not that I am aware that we are able to do. We did go back to the Ministry and ask them specifically, for example, if we could combine the natural character and public access chapters, and we were told a resounding no, which we found incredibly problematic in terms of trying to separate the objectives and policies and the overall intent, given they are so intertwined.
Yes, indeed.
So we will report back on that, sir.
Background question, Ms Racklin. Are there any coastal margin areas not within the coastal environment? As defined?
So the definition of the coastal margin is the all landward property which is within 20 metres of the line of mean high water springs. So the question was, would there be any property that's not within the coastal environment? The coastal environment is defined on the maps. There's a line on the map, so I can't think of any areas that wouldn't be.
Like you would expect the coastal margin to be a subset of the coastal environment.
Yes.
But and this might receive the same answer of the previous question. Why isn't that aspect of this chapter in the coastal environment sections? And would that be more logical if it's not prescribed for reasons unknown in the National Planning Standards?
To answer that question, sir, the placement within this chapter was in response in terms of what the subject was, which is obviously in response to Section 6A of the Act, which is around natural character. The intent clearly from the Ministry for the Environment was trying to get consistency in how plans tackle these matters, and that is the split that has been determined.
And so the answer is, it is what it is.
It is what it is, sir, yes.
Yes, indeed. The paragraph 72 Ms. Racklin, say the water bodies are within the regional council functions, which is clearly correct. But I wondered if we need to qualify that because, as I understand it, the City Council has jurisdiction over the surface of the water bodies.
Yes. Yeah, I've said a blanket jurisdiction, but yes, it would be worth clarifying to make that understanding clear.
The other question I had is you've sought to respond to a submission from two submitters in 74 to replace part of the relief, to replace where appropriate, but they asked for where practicable and you've said recommended where possible. You can guess what the question is. Where possible seems to be more restrictive than where practicable. So where are you getting the scope to take the next step from?
Yeah, so I started off with looking at where appropriate and considering that required a sort of a degree of assessment, and looked at where possible, taking direction from looking across to the strategic direction for natural environment, NEO1, and yeah, I recommended where possible, but I do appreciate the conversation or the discussion Friday about the use of where practicable, especially in relation to the word enhance.
So maybe we'll invite you to just think about that one. That's all I had. Anything else for Ms. Racklin on this report?
I've just got one question, and that is about the term ongoing maintenance and upgrading. You refer to it in paragraph 91. Is there any definition of what upgrading is? Just seems a fairly open-ended term.
may not be on mic by the sound of it.
Sorry. Yes, so there's definitions around maintenance and repair in relation to infrastructure, and in terms of upgrading, just having a look. Again, yes, specific to infrastructure. So, no, those words they would need to be read in the context of parks, furniture, or boating facilities, as per that particular rule.
So which rule was this about? Sorry?
This is Rule 2.
Two.
Rule 2. Yeah. So
A boating facility could be,
In-
upgrading a boating facility could be the upgrading of a launch ramp to a
Surf Lifesaving Club.
surf life saving club, or to a wharf. So I suppose the essence is, does the need to be, if you're going to add upgrading, do you need to specify some sort of performance standard to make sure that that doesn't get out of control? I think you could, a park facility might range from a few park benches to an open air stadium.
Does the standard give any?
Yeah, if I may interject there, sir. So this rule is specific to earthworks, and there is a standard which limits earthworks to 25 square metres in any 12 months period.
That might solve that problem.
Yeah, so it is extremely limited, and in this sense, we are relying on the meaning of upgrading and its sort of common English use as well.
I'm just familiar with the standard Transpower submission that writes upgrading on the end of every policy and rule they want inserted.
in relation
So we have included a specific definition for upgrading as it applies to infrastructure for that very purpose, sir.
Yes, thank you. But in this context, it's subject to 25.
25 square metres in a 12-month period, so that's very limited.
Is that square metres or cubic metres?
Square metres.
So it's
The
an area
It's the area.
rather than a volume.
Now, while I'm not suggesting that, should it be cubic metre? Should it be a cubic metre? You could dig a bigger hole with a 25 metre in a 25 metre area.
That's correct, sir, but the intent of the standard is around the effects on natural character, which are
Yeah, I suppose that's right.
Area.
which is an area issue rather than a depth.
And it also says fill depth, cut height
Yeah.
is limited as well, so forget that idea. Does anyone have any other questions for Ms. Racklin about this report? I think that might be that. We have one submitter to come in at 3:45. Thank you very much, Ms. Racklin and Ms. Armstrong, and to Ms. Sweetman for chipping in on occasions. Thank you for the staff team more generally for their patience while we asked any number of sometimes pertinent and sometimes less pertinent questions. Well, as I say, we appreciate the feedback, the readiness to consider alternatives, and we'll hear Ms. Mosey, is it Mosey? Ms. Mosey at 3:45, and then we'll adjourn for the day. So we'll adjourn now until 3:45 and have a cup of tea. Thank you. Ms. Mosey, you can see us, I trust. I'm Trevor Robinson. I'm the chair of the hearing panel. I'm accompanied by Commissioners Sinclair, Williams and Pomare. We've read your submission. Basically, the floor is yours. You can tell us. So first of all, you don't need to reread your submission, but if you want to draw our attention to anything in specific or add to it, then over to you.
Okay. Good day to you. And first, thank you for adjusting your schedule to fit me in before tomorrow's cataract operation. Now, I'm a private landowner, as you know, with a property which contains an area of QE2 Trust and another area which has now been designated part of an SNA. And so obviously it's Eco R1 which has me up in arms. In its current form, it is so restrictive. I would call it draconian, frankly. And as if you've read, I firmly believe the whole thing needs rethinking. Now I'm starting back to front on this one because it's the removal of vegetation within 3 metres of a building. I understand that the fire service have themselves submitted on that they've said a 10 metre zone is better. And the next problem is no specific mention of private roads and tracks. Now, you may say, oh, well, it's implied. But me, I'm very literal minded. I've been a systems programmer. And the trouble is I can see somebody like me coming in and looking at that at a future date and saying, oh, no, you can't maintain your private tracks. And since the main farm track from the front of my property to the back of the property goes straight through an SNA, that's kind of a big problem for me. Okay. And the third point, indigenous vegetation. If you've read it, you know that certain plants are recognised as potentially invasive weeds, even though they are native. And the biggest problem there is the coastal five-finger Pseudopanax lesonii, which is hybridising with the local lancewood, Pseudopanax crassifolius, to such an extent that you hardly ever see a proper lancewood anymore. But to me, the whole angle of the policy is just inappropriate. I mean, Eco P3 says that, yes, enable vegetation removal within significant natural areas where it is of a scale and nature that maintains the identified biodiversity values, including maintenance around building, safe operations of road, tracks and access ways, restoration and conservation activities, and that's an important one, and opportunities to enable blah, 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 to exercise customary halving practices. But Eco R1 is not a reasonable approach. It really isn't. I mean, as late as June 2018, we're being assured that, oh, you will not need to get a resource consent every time you want to trim trees. But look what's happened now, you know. Even deadwood representing an imminent threat is supposed to comply with Eco S1, which is the works must be essential due to imminent threat to the safety of people or property, and council must be advised of this threat as soon as possible. All trimming or pruning must be undertaken to a growth point or branch union and in accordance with the New Zealand Arboricultural Association Incorporated Best Practice Guidelines, Amenity Tree Pruning, version 3 dated April 2011, to avoid irreversible damage to the health of the tree, and any removal must be undertaken or supervised by a suitably qualified arboricultural expert. Now, that's effectively treating every tree in a significant natural area as if it were a scheduled notable tree, which is pretty crazy. I mean, you read statements from council literature, such as Porirua City was once extensively covered in Koikoi Tawa forest and so forth, and you've got images of these natural giants. The description of the SNA extending into my property reads, an area of diverse podocarp broadleaf forest comprising of predominantly Tawa canopy with emergent kahikatea, Matai, Miro, Rewarewa and Pukatea. And then the side note, Podocarp broadleaf forest is surrounded and connected by Mahoe forest. So what is actually of my property? Mahoe, 20 to 30 years at the most. It's regenerated farmland. Oops. If you had any of this lot at the bottom of your garden, you would not have the slightest compunction in cutting it. You really wouldn't. It's stuff that individually the trees are just not vital. There are thousands, I mean, probably tens of thousands of them on my property alone. And yet I'm not supposed to trim them to get through and do my maintenance work or my bush work. It's crazy. They're not pre-colonisation jewels, the rightful property of the community, by chance on the property of the current owners. They're only there because the hard work of recent owners in planting, pest management and protection, all done on a voluntary basis because we love the bush. And now the reward for all that hard work is an unworkable regime of micromanagement. I mean, frankly, that's what this is. You know, it does not tie in with the Schedule 7. It doesn't allow removal and trimming where it is of a scale and nature that maintains identified biodiversity values. Because you take down a single one of these and it has no impact on the biodiversity of the area at all. The value is in the area, it's not in the individual trees. So restricting trimming of individual trees so that you can get through and do work is crazy. Oh, as well as the Mahoe, I do actually have about a dozen tower in one corner of the property. Other than that, Mahoe. So, does it allow for restoration and conservation activities, as in Eco P3? No. According to this, I can't even trim Mahoe to allow access to put in bait stations. I can't cut them to run a pest trap line. I can't get through to carry out bush monitoring. I can't trim them back to allow light to a more unusual, desirable species. It's just mad. It's just mad. Now, you obviously need to protect plants of endangered, threatened or rare species, which could be achieved by, reference to a council-provided list. And you also need to protect the integrity of the area itself by limiting the area of contiguous vegetation, which could be removed without consent. But saying you can't touch anything unless it's of dead wood or within 1 metre of fence is crazy given the nature of this. It's buffering vegetation, and that's all it is. That type of protection, where you're protecting the area, is far more likely to be workable and encourage the owners to continue to value their SNA and carry on the work to improve it. Just applying notable tree rules to every tree in it is just lazy. I mean, I start looking at this and I think, frankly, well, did somebody write it on a Friday afternoon when they were in a hurry to go home or something? Because it is so unworkable. It makes the SNA a burden on its owner. And if the owners stop their voluntary work, you can expect these areas to deteriorate. You really can. On my own property, blackberries, rabbits, goats, possums, stoats, hedgehogs and rats would do huge damage to the integrity of the SNA if I became demotivated enough to stop controlling them. And it's a lot of work to controlling these things. And the district plan, this section, is just hugely demotivating. I mean, I can't say how demotivating it is. I've had neighbours who have been dedicated planters for many years express the opinion that they feel like putting a match to the whole thing. Now, I'm certain they wouldn't do that, but it gives you a feel for the level of discontent that this this policy is causing already. Now, consider the future, because in 20 years, there will be remapping and newly regenerated areas will be included. 20 years ago, only the QE2 trust area of my property was considered at all worth being a significant ecological area. And it was a low quality significant ecological area. Mahoe and Mahoe gorse scrub with a small remnant of tower forest, some 10 trees, and not rare or scarce within Porirua. And the second area, now an SNA, was not even considered worthy of mention. The significant ecological area was 3 and 4 properties away in Diggins Bush. Now, because I've allowed the recent regeneration and looked after the recent regeneration, oh yeah, bang, it's now a significant natural area. And we're going to slap all these restrictions on it. I mean, knowing that, who on earth in the future is going to make a rod for their own back by encouraging the regeneration? Who's going to do that? Do you want a future where private landowners continue to value regenerating bush, work to protect and encourage it, and welcome each new species with delight? Or do you want a future where landowners regard regenerating bush as a threat to their property rights, to be eliminated before it reaches a size to attract the attention of council, and where existing bush is actively prevented from spreading? Because I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, hey, there's a business opportunity here. I can advise owners how to stop their bush spreading. That isn't what any of us want, surely. I mean, I come from England and we don't have any ancient forestry left there. And I look at what you've got here and I'm amazed and enthralled by it. But I'm not at all amazed and enthralled by having these restrictions slapped on me. So I invite you to consider which of those futures Eco R1 in its present form is going to lead to. And I'd like to leave it there if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Certainly can. I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
Good afternoon, thank you. Commissioner St Clair, how big an area in hectareage or how much of your property does the SNA cover?
Oh, now let me think. It's 7 hectares in the QE2 trust section, and it looks like about another 5 hectares probably in the newly designated section. The thing that's worrying me is over the back there's about another 10 hectares which is in gorse, and if I leave it alone in 20 years you'll want that off me as well.
Sorry, when you say the 10 hectares over the back, is that still on your property?
Yes, still on my property. There's 40 hectares in total, and there will be about 10 or 11 hectares currently in SNA. Right. But the section over the back of my property hasn't been grazed since the previous owner's dog died, because it's too difficult to get the sheep to and from it, and that is starting to regenerate. And given this lot, I'm starting to look at that and saying, I need to do something with that. I need to stop that regeneration. I need perhaps to start planting a load of gums there so I can use them for firewood.
Have you got any issue with apart from the rule, do you have any issue with the SNA being and where it is placed on your land?
Well, it all depends on what the restrictions are. I mean, with reasonable restrictions, I like the QE2 Trust. I have no issue with the QE2 Trust at all because I volunteered for that.
Yeah.
I have a slightly more issue with the second area because that has been forced on me and it's not voluntary. But I do value that bush quite greatly. What I'm worrying about is the future and that third area, which is the regenerating paddock over the back, because the issue is if I let it regenerate, then I'm forever restricted from doing anything with it anymore.
So the area, the 5 hectares of SNA that's on, that you don't have any issues with the boundaries or that? It's really the rules, particularly?
I did have issues with the boundary. They'd taken it across the middle of the paddock. There might be slight issues with the boundary with my forestry block, because it might go slightly into the forestry block where there was a wind throw episode back in 2013.
Right.
But by and large, no, I don't have issues with the boundaries of it in general.
Right.
It's simply that I would like you to operate a more reasonable approach to maintaining it.
Would there be any issues for you if the SNA did encroach onto your forestry block?
Oh, certainly there would, yes.
Okay. And
It's going to be felled shortly, and at least I hope it's going to be felled shortly. That is the plan, and I'm intending then to put it into paddock for the sheep.
Right.
So there would be an issue if it were encroaching on the forestry block.
So, has anyone from the council visited your property and checked out that line?
No, but really the line I'm not terribly worried about. The original line I was worried about, but that has been modified as per my suggestions. So I'm not actually too worried about the line of the SNA. No.
Okay. Then you, in your presentation, you identified a number of other types of activities that would be assisted by an amendment to Eco R1, and
Yeah.
the ones I things such as cutting a trapping line or something,
Yeah.
something like that.
Or a monitoring line, or simply
sorry, could you say that again? Could you say that again? Sorry, a trapping line or
a line for monitoring.
monitoring? Yeah.
I think putting out cards and such like.
Yes. Yeah.
For monitoring, and a bait station line potentially, which I do have in the QE2 trust area, a bait station line.
Sure.
And also things like cutting back the ubiquitous mahoe to allow something more valuable to develop. I don't have any mature koe. I do actually have some seedlings coming up, but they don't get very far because of the mahoe being everywhere. And of course, I'm not allowed to touch it.
And then you talked also about trimming a track line. Is that for like a motor vehicle or something like that?
Yeah. It's a private motor vehicle track from front to back of my property. It's an existing trackway, and if you read it literally, I'm not allowed to keep it open, and that is quite an unacceptable encroachment on my property rights. How the hell am I going to get from the front of my property to the back of my property otherwise? It's crazy. I was given to understand that they intended it to cover private tracks, but the wording of it as it is does not cover private tracks if you read it literally. And it is a vehicle track, yes.
Right. And that's because it's on private land, whereas it only talks about any formed public road, rail, corridor, says or access.
Or access way. Now that's the bit where that could potentially cover private access ways, but it doesn't. But when you look at I looked up all the definitions of what an access way was, and according to the actual definition, it's the bit going from the road to your house. And that's not sufficient when you've got a property 1.6k long. You need an access way to get from the front of your property to the back of your property. So if you actually read the technical definition, access way does not cover my private trackway. And that would be an argument for me saying, I want to adjust the boundaries so that the boundaries run one side of my trackway, not both sides of it. That would be my argument for saying I would need to adjust the boundaries of the SNA, unless it makes it absolutely clear that I'm allowed to maintain private access ways or trackways that already go through it.
Thank you, that was very helpful. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
No questions, thank you, but thank you for a very powerful submission on your SNA.
I feel very emotional about it, frankly.
Commissioner
Kia ora, Ms Mosley. Thanks again from me for a very helpful and articulately presented submission, and the points you've raised are highly relevant to the considerations we will be making in relation to the PDP. So thanks very much for enhancing our understanding.
And thank you also from me, Ms Mosley. I don't have any questions. Commissioner Sinclair has picked up everything I had in mind. I think I only need to wish you well for your operation tomorrow, and
Thank you.
that you'll be seeing much better after that.
Oh, I hope so. At the moment, literally, the right eye is gone, and it's gone very fast. It's gone within 2 years. So I hope I will be seeing better. Thank you very much for your attention, all.
Go well.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much. I think that completes proceedings for the day. We'll adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow. I think 9 a.m. Mr. Dash.